Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Hey, everybody. Thank you
Hello,
for joining
hello. Go ahead, Angela. I was just echoing you.
us. We've got the courtroom up. We're looking at the ceiling, and we are just waiting for them to come into the courtroom and get started for day 6.
And as the team goes, she's running it. I'm backing it up. So we're really good.
We've got a plan. When they do their breaks and their lunch, of course, we're not going to have room. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the Georgia versus Suzanne Miracle, the replay of day 5 to kind of break in the, to cover the lunches and the breaks for the live for the Hawaii trial. So that's the plan. If anything pops in or we need to throw it up, June, just let me know and we can kind of roll with it. Are you there? Or did we lose you?
Now she's the wonderful ceiling. Now we should do a poll. What do you want to see? A fan, a ceiling, or a seal of the state? Maybe I should make that poll.
You got.
They don't give us too many other options. Oh, and feet. That's that one call we had. Every time the judge went in or they went in and out, we had the feet. You remember that one trial?
Yep. And then look, with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, we had that yellow line in the floor.
Yeah. So, maybe when more people comes in, we'll do a poll like that. So
Yeah.
I like to welcome. Go ahead.
Do we want the only fan, the ceiling, the yellow line, or feet?
Odd, haven't talked to you in a while, but I have seen you and I have talked to you in chat. So hi and welcome, and I hope everything's going good with you. And as you know, we're expecting Ada to be back tomorrow, but there may be a glitch. We will know more by in the morning. So you may be again with the Angela June team with Ada in the background monitoring and possibly, if possible, come in every once in a while to talk with us to know that you're still there. So, or that she's still there and she hasn't ran and deserted us yet. So, tuning up for this trial, and we do have caption up for this trial, and we will. If you need captioning, please just go down to your little I don't know what you call it, service wheel, setting wheel, and turn on your closed caption and move it to wherever you like to have it on your screen. And I don't know what else to say before this court comes in. Angela, I'll let you talk a little bit.
Well, do we want to, well, I just saw some movement, something. I
Yeah,
thought
so that,
I got a little excited there for a second. I was going to say, do we want to pop it over and just run a little bit of the other one until they decide to come into court?
yeah, because I can monitor. Well, we can monitor, and once it comes in, we can click back.
Okay, let's,
Why don't we do that?
there we go. We can do that.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
That was reported March 7th, March 8th event.
That's correct.
Is the index trauma when we call it index trauma, we're saying this is our likely source of PTSD, or this is just the most powerful reported source?
Both. I mean, it's the most likely source of her symptoms.
Did she report to you that she had any post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms that arose prior to March the 7th?
She did.
And what were those symptoms?
The symptoms that she was reporting prior to that night really had to do with a heightened state of anxiety, feeling nervous all the time, having some nightmares, and generally not sleeping well.
Did she recount to you the nature of the nightmares? What was, I guess the topic of the nightmares that she was having?
So the nightmares that she was having at the time I interviewed her, the nightmares involved the index trauma itself. So she was having nightmares in which Mr. Barron was coming after her with the gun.
Did you review any collateral information where Miss Miracle was reporting these symptoms prior to you ever having gone to see her? Specifically related to the other counseling sessions that she'd had?
Yes. So she had reported in to her jail counselors. Both reported and jail staff observed mental health symptoms.
When someone is, I guess, faking mental health symptoms, is there generally something that they're wanting from that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So the technical term is secondary gain. So in a criminal setting, that might be that if the person is incarcerated, they might want to fake mental health symptoms to move to different housing that they perceive as better. They might be doing it for the purpose of a lesser sentence or an acquittal. In the civil setting, someone might be faking mental illness for the purpose of money or not working or both.
Did you see any indication in the materials involving Miss Miracle that she was using these reported symptoms that happened before you ever got involved to try to do something with respect to medical?
No, to the contrary, she was showing so much distress at the jail that jail staff offered to move her to medical housing, and she declined the housing. She didn't want to go.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with malingering or faking?
So it's inconsistent with faking. It's consistent with honest mental health symptoms.
Did you review the body cameras of the initial responding officers?
Yes.
And is there anything on those body cameras specifically with respect to treatment from EMS or anything else that is consistent or inconsistent with malingering?
Yes. So on the night of the offense, on the body camera footage, EMS is concerned about Miss Miracle having a panic attack. They're concerned about elevated heart rate, elevated blood pressure. They offer repeatedly, really, for her to go to the hospital. Hey, you should go get this checked out. And she declines repeatedly. And so that would be inconsistent with malingering, very consistent with honest reporting.
Did you notice anything else in the body cameras that would be suggestive of a consistent mental health issue outside of the home there on the body cameras?
Yes. So Miss Miracle's behavior, as observed on the body camera footage, is incredibly consistent with what happens when somebody has just experienced a traumatic event. There was an inability to calm down. There was emotions going up and down, hyperventilating, throwing up at one point. All of these symptoms, again, if we're thinking about that fight or flight switch and it is on high alert and really hasn't come down yet, we are seeing the emotional and physical overload of that throughout the entire duration of the body camera footage.
Would her behavior on the body camera be consistent with an acute stress response to something very recently occurring?
Yes.
Did you notice anything? Well, let me ask you this. When you treat patients in your office who are people who have PTSD,
Yes.
is there some physical?
Well, we had movement, but they went back to the ceiling. So we will just keep monitoring it.
Responses, some physical manifestations that those patients will actually express and that you see, and that's consistent with what you see from Miss Miracle?
Yes. So the treatment for PTSD is pretty intense, and it involves revisiting the traumatic experience over and over and over. So in the therapeutic setting, my clients who are diagnosed with PTSD, I'm having them in this structured setting repeat the trauma in real time over and over and over again. The point is to move the memory of that trauma back in its rightful place so that it doesn't feel like we're re-experiencing it in real time. And that is a really, really challenging process. And the clients who come get treatment for PTSD are incredibly brave because it's just so difficult. Because especially in the initial retellings of the traumatic event, we see those physiologic symptoms, those physical symptoms happening all over again. I often keep a bucket close to the chair because I will often have clients throw up. I will often have clients have panic attacks, that we see these symptoms and we just have to work to regulate through them in therapy. But it's a pretty tough process.
Did you notice in the interview with the police where Miss Miracle keeps saying that it's hot and unzipping her, I guess it's a fleece or whatever. Did you notice that in the interview?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a trauma response?
That is consistent. That's part of the physical reaction, is that.
All right. We have moved from the ceiling. Gonna get it up on the screen. And we are gonna get into the courtroom. The defendant is getting situated. Here we go. I don't think they turned on the sound for the courtroom. We're just going to leave it here and just wait for them to turn on the sound. Well, June, they went back to the ceiling.
Yeah, I noticed that. Do we want to go back to the other one and just monitor this till they come back off the ceiling, or do we just want to stay on the ceiling and talk a little bit about the trial?
Either way. Either
Okay.
way.
By the way, this does remind me. Yesterday they had a really short. I think it was like less than 30 minutes hearing about the state exhibit 107, about the hearsay rule, about the search warrant being too broad, like a legal search warrant, you know. And they brought in all sorts of different cases and stuff like that. They were basically challenging the judge on his decision and make it really short because the cameras are moving around. Um, the judge listened to both sides. They were both well prepared, and the the hearing was very polite, very even, and tomorrow morning at 1:30 or 1 o'clock Eastern. And here we go. The, the end of it was the 107 objection by defense was overruled, and it's going to be coming in as evidence.
Clause case number 4, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Garner. Good morning, Mr. Picaro.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Malcolm Dirks on behalf of Gerhardt Konig, who is present.
Good morning, Mr. Otake. Good morning, Mr. Dirks. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Konig.
Morning, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Happy Tuesday. The plan or the schedule is unchanged since we last left. So we're going to plan on being here for the better part of the day, as well as tomorrow. When I get a better idea, perhaps probably middle of tomorrow, I can give you an idea of perhaps how the rest of the trial is going to unfold. But at least for today, tomorrow, full days. We continue on with the presentation of evidence. If anybody needs another pen because they ran out of ink, or you need more notebooks, let us know. We'll get that to you. Mr. Garner, are you ready to continue the presentation of the state's case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's next witness.
The state calls Thomas Inuma.
Can you please stand? Thank you.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Garner.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, and as you testify today, can you speak into the microphone as much as possible?
Yes,
Can you please state your name?
my name is Thomas Inuma.
All right, and what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the Honolulu Police Department.
What's your rank at HPD?
I am a detective
And how long have you been with HPD in general?
for a little over 13 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Detective for about a little over 4.5 years. Or sorry, about 4 years.
And as a detective at HPD, is there any specific unit that you're part of?
Yes.
What is that?
So I'm part of the Criminal Investigation Division. And within the Criminal Investigation Division, I'm under the Cybercrimes and the Digital Forensics Unit.
So are you also a digital forensics examiner at HPD?
Yes.
What was the training that you went through to become or on the job training as a digital forensics examiner?
Okay, so most of our trainings is conducted at the National Computer Forensic Institute. It's located in Hoover, Alabama. It is taught by members of the U.S. Secret Service. They also bring in instructors, specialists within the field to teach the course. I have been there for over 14 times in person for a total of about 6 months of training. And in the courses depends by, it could be something as simple as how to collect digital forensics in a safe manner. It can also be involving how to do a cybercrime investigation, and it could be a little bit more advanced as far as mobile investigation or a digital forensic examination as a computer forensic examiner. And I have also taken additional courses with our local, state, and federal partners.
You said about 6 months of training over 14 different trips to Alabama?
Yes, and then I also took online courses with the NCFI as well.
And NCFI, again, is the National Computer Forensics Institute?
Yes.
Got it. Are you a member of any professional organizations related to digital computer forensics?
Yes.
Okay, and what organizations?
So I am part of the Hawaii Cyber Fraud Task Force. It is hosted by the U.S. Secret Service. I am also a member of the Island Digital Forensic Working Group, which is hosted by the Honolulu FBI office. I am also a task force officer for the U.S. Secret Service, and I am in the process of becoming a FBI task force for state-related cases involving digital forensics.
Do you have any certifications in digital forensics?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any certifications in something called Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay, and what is Celebrate?
So Celebrate is a software we use to extract data from a cell phone device. And we can also use that to analyze the data extracted from a cell phone device.
Are you trained in a program called Gray Key?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe your training in Gray Key?
So Gray Key is a hardware and software-based equipment used to extract data from a cell phone. So the training I had was basically on-the-job training from my previous supervisor, and we also had instructors from Magnet coming in and teaching us how to use it.
You mentioned Magnet. Is that a company?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any certifications from Magnet?
Yes. So Magnet certified digital forensic examiner.
Okay. What is a Magnet certified digital forensic examiner?
So it's basically the software. So Magnet is the parent company. So the software, one of the software they have is called Axiom software, and that's a certification that I took and I completed and I passed the test.
So you're certified in Magnet Axiom software?
Yes.
Okay. Was that certification at the NCFI or was that local?
So that was the certification I took in NCFI. It was a 5-week course. It was taught. It was a 1-week period where it was taught by a Magnet certified instructor, and I completed the examination at NCFI.
Okay. So to be a Magnet certified forensic examiner, you were also trained by a representative from Magnet Software?
Yes.
Have you attended any? Right. Have you ever performed on the job any cell phone extractions?
Yes.
Approximately how many cell phone examinations have you performed?
Over 600 cell phones.
Have you ever provided or have you ever done any computer extractions or examinations?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
For computers, I would say about 40 to 50, somewhere between.
Have you ever been qualified to provide opinion testimony in a court in Hawaii?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
5 times.
At this point, the state requests that pursuant to HR Rule 702, Detective Inuma be qualified to provide opinion testimony in the field of digital forensics.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
All right. They are on a little sidebar. We are just waiting for them to take care of what they need to take care of. And so we can start right back up. Well, it looks like this sidebar is taking a little longer than we had anticipated. Oh, look, it's Maximo. That is absolutely true. I have not had enough coffee for this at all whatsoever.
In this trial, they're not known for sidebars, but they still want to argue the cell phone stuff, which I believe was part of 107 yesterday, was it not?
It was discussing what they had put in the search. Remember the words that they had used in the wording of the search for um, separate. They went through a whole list of words.
Yep, I think they're still fighting this. Okay, the next little pop-up I want to do is in honor and sent out to Ada. So she knows that we're still thinking of her.
Oh, it's Monkey Butt. Monkey Butt and Ada.
Yeah, those are some really cute pictures. And the one in the middle, I think he was just a baby still, like right after she got him.
Yeah, look how little. Look how little. I like the one to the left. That is such a good picture. Such a good
Yeah,
picture.
too bad we can't talk her into using that as a profile picture.
Yeah, that's such a good one. Oh, they're coming back.
Okay.
We'll talk. Any?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. The subject to the record that we made appear at the bench, Detective Inuma will be allowed, ladies and gentlemen, to provide opinion testimony to you in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Okay. Detective Inuma, were you assigned to complete digital forensic examinations for evidence items, in this case, under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Which items were you assigned to complete examinations of?
So there was 3 items. It was item number 42.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we approach again? Just, I apologize. One.
Oh, the defense attorney once again. I wonder, June. I wonder if the defense is not trying to get him stricken as an expert.
They might be trying to, but he's already been tendered as an expert. I think they're trying to play on the jury thing. You know how a lot of sidebars tends to upset people? Really, tell, what do you guys think that they might be trying to do? Stall could be another one.
Oh, yeah, they could absolutely trying to stall a little bit.
But I think the only thing that they're going to end up with is one upset judge.
Yeah, he seems to be very lax, but I couldn't imagine what he would be like if he was upset. And I think stopping and starting and objecting every 5 seconds, we'll have to see how he responds.
Yeah, well, time will tell. But remember at yesterday's hearing, the the lead defense attorney, the ball-headed guy, wasn't there to argue the case. The younger guy was, and the rule went against the defense. So now I think the lead attorney might be trying to put in his 2 cents and argue with the judge on how his decision was wrong. Which tells me, if I was on a juror, and this is my own opinion, if an attorney keeps constantly objecting to something like this here, it would show me that um, that side is afraid of whatever is coming in. So I don't know how you feel about it, but that's how I kind of feel, and that's my opinion. What about you?
I agree with you. I agree with you. My opinion, I think that maybe whatever they could bring in could hurt the defense. And therefore, they're trying to use everything they can to fight it to keep it out, whether it be the expert, whether it be the actual um, evidence. Um, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what exactly they have, because I have a feeling this judge is going to allow it in.
Yeah, and I'm also getting a strange feeling that if this sidebar keeps going any longer, we may have an open court discussion on this and the jury's be taken out of the room.
Oh, Roxanne, that could very well be the case. The defense may want to upset the flow of the prosecution's case. Here we go. They're coming back.
Jump back just a second, Detective Inuma.
Okay.
What items were you assigned to complete examinations of in this case?
What item?
What evidence items?
What evidence item? So it was evidence item number 42, which was the iPhone.
Okay.
Evidence item number 43, which was a SIM card. And evidence item number 48, which was a laptop.
Okay. Detective Inuma, we're going to start and go through those 3 items in order. So let's start with the cell phone, item number 42. What kind of cell phone was it?
It was an Apple iPhone.
And, okay. Did you use a program to try and examine item number 42, the Apple iPhone?
Yes.
What program did you use?
It was one called Gray Key.
When you received it, I'm sorry, and then did you receive the iPhone from the evidence room or from the detective?
For this one, the item number 42 and 43, I received it from Detective Tracy Spacek.
Spacek,
sorry.
Okay, when you received it, was the iPhone turned on or turned off?
It was turned off.
And I'm sorry, you said the program used was Gray Key, is that correct?
Yes, Gray Key.
Were you able to access all of the data on the iPhone using Gray Key?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because the phone was off, and when the phone is off, we call it that the phone is in a state of BFU, which is before first alarm. When the phone is in a BFU state, that means that the data within the phone is all encrypted, so we can't pull all the data out. When the person enters...
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So were you able to access any data from the iPhone?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of data were you able to access?
I was able to get the make, the model, the name, the Apple or the email address that is associated to the phone. Also got the telephone number and then the software. And then the IMEI, the serial number.
Okay. With that limited information that you had, were you able to determine who the owner of the iPhone was?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Gerhardt Konig.
Were you able to find any associated email accounts with that iPhone, which was item number 42?
Yes.
Okay. Which email accounts?
So there were 6 email addresses that was associated with that phone. There was 2 particular that I know offhand. The first one is Konig, so it's spelled GKONIG @gmx.com. And then the second one that was associated with that phone was G Konig, same spelling, @proinbox.com.
Okay. Were you able to access things like call history, message history, photos, internet searches?
No.
Okay. And once you got to that point where you couldn't access anything else, did you continue examining the iPhone?
Not the iPhone itself.
All right, Detective Inuma, let's move on to item number 43. And that was a SIM card you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay, first off, what is a SIM card?
So a SIM card is basically stands for subscriber identity module. So it's the chip that's inserted inside the cell phone, which will allow you to connect to the mobile network, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon.
And how does a SIM card work in an iPhone like the one that you examined?
So this one was an iPhone 13 Pro. So iPhone 13 Pro is the last model from Apple that has a physical SIM card slot. Anything newer from iPhone 14 and newer doesn't have a SIM card slot. It's all electronic SIM card. So for this one in particular, it was an iPhone 13 Pro. So there's a SIM card slot. So and there's an ejection port within the phone.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen next to you, Detective Inuma, State's Exhibit number 85, which is already into evidence. Okay. Could you take that wooden pointer that's against the back wall behind you, and could you point out to us what the two items in this photograph are?
Yes. So this item over here on the left, this is the SIM card slot. And then the one on the right is the actual SIM card. So the SIM card is inserted onto this SIM card tray, which is then placed on inside the phone.
Okay. And now I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 84, already in evidence. And I'm going to zoom into the center portion of this photograph. Okay, Detective Inuma, what are we looking at this part of the photograph?
So this is the part I was mentioning about. So this is where where you would insert the SIM card tray in here. And if you look at this photo right over here, you can see that the SIM card tray is not inside the phone.
How do you remove the SIM card tray?
So we have this tool, which is basically the SIM card removal tool. And it's about 1/2 inch long, and then the tip is very small, size of like a pinhole. And we insert it inside this hole right over here. You have to apply some force to it, and then the SIM card slot will eject.
Are there any household items that can be used along with that official SIM card tool that you mentioned?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Well, we have another sidebar.
So this now makes it 4 sidebars,
Yep.
unless
Roxanne may be onto something.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
She may be onto something with them trying to disrupt and kind of throw the prosecutor off his game with his questioning. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, we got sound for a second. Thought we were coming back. They're not ready for us yet.
No, they're not. So, yeah, I think so too, Roxanne. The flow, but they're also risking upsetting the judge and the jury to where the jury's going to get dismissed, and the judge is going to let them know that he's not very happy with them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she also makes the comment about, really, you're going to object to how a SIMS card is removed? That is just getting right down childish and petty. And by the way, Roxanne, welcome to the channel. I don't know if you've been here before or not, but it's good to see you. Any other out there that is lurking or that is new, welcome to our channel. So, okay, looks like they're coming back.
Detective Inuma, I'm going to put the photo back up on the screen. And we're still zoomed in, and this is still State's Exhibit 84. All right, Detective Inuma, are there any household items that can be used along with the official SIM card removal tool to open that SIM card slot?
You mean like official or just whatever you can find inside your house?
I'm
Could
asking
be-
about household items here.
Oh, household items.
Objection, Knox Foundation, Your Honor.
If you can rephrase the question.
Okay, Detective Inuma, you already told us about the official SIM card tool, right?
Yes,
And you described it for us, right?
yes.
Okay, are there any other items that can be used to do the same job that are not the official tool?
Yes.
Okay. And what items are you aware of that can be used to open the SIM card slot?
Okay.
Same objection, Knox Foundation.
You can just have.
Okay, you can use a small paper clip. It's enough to fit into the port, ejection port. You can also use the back of an earring. and you can use like a push pin. It's recommended that it's something metal based, not plastic or wood, because it's going to break. And you cannot use pen or pencil because it's not going to fit in the port.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective. Okay. For the examination of the actual SIM card labeled as item number 43 in this case, were you able to extract any data from the SIM card?
Yes.
Okay. What type of data were you able to extract from the SIM card?
I was only able to extract the phone number that was associated with this SIM card.
Okay. So were you able to extract call logs, contact lists, any other type of data from the SIM card other than the phone number that was on the SIM card?
No, just the phone number.
Okay, Detective, we're going to go to the third item that you examined, the laptop. When did you begin your forensic examination of the laptop? Item number 48.
For the laptop, it was on May 29, 2025.
Okay. That's when you began?
Yes, that's when I checked it out of the evidence room.
And was that laptop examined pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And you mentioned this already, but I'll ask you to clarify. Where did you retrieve the laptop from?
It was at the evidence room located at the Honolulu Police Department, the main evidence room.
Okay. And after you retrieved the laptop from the evidence room, during the time that you were conducting your examination, was the laptop kept in a secure area?
Yes.
What area?
It was located in our digital forensic lab.
And then can you describe in general, and I'm going to approach now with what's been marked as States Exhibits 241 and 240, showing to the defense counsel.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Okay, Detective Inuma, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 240 and 241. Could you take a look at those, and when you're done, look up?
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
So these are photos that I took of the laptop during my my processing.
Okay, and this is the laptop item number 48 under this case?
Yes.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the laptop as you observed it during your examination in this case?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves 240 and 241 into evidence.
Mr. Otake,
No objection, Your Honor.
what is the mark for identification as States Exhibits 240 and 241 is received as evidence?
I'm going to put each one up on the screen, Detective. I'm putting up 240 onto the screen. Okay, and very briefly, could you just tell us what we're looking at?
So this is the a photo that I took of the computer, evidence item number 48. So I already opened the package that was sealed with. I opened up the laptop and I took a picture. So this is how it looks like when the laptop is open. It was a silver Lenovo Yoga model laptop.
Okay, and you mentioned that it was sealed.
Yes.
Okay, what was it sealed in?
It was sealed in a brown paper bag, and it had a evidence tape. Looked like it was from a Maui PD.
Okay. All right, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 241. Detective Inuma, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, so this is the inside of the laptop. So for me to start my examination process, what I did was I opened up the laptop and I have to remove the we call it the solid state drive, but it's actually common term is a hard drive, which stored the data from the laptop.
Could you show us where the solid state drive is on this photograph?
Yes.
Right over here.
Okay, looks like you are referencing the right side of the photograph. I'll zoom in on that side. Is this the solid state drive?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take the exhibit down. All right, can you describe for us how you conducted the examination of the laptop?
How I conducted. Okay, so once I removed the solid state drive from the laptop, I used a equipment called the Tabloid TX1. That is basically an imager that was issued to us by the U.S. Secret Service. So it's a built-in write blocker. meaning that there's no data that's going to be written onto the evidence hard drive. And from there, I would make an image of the hard drive and then place it onto a working copy. For images, image means in the terms of digital forensic, image means make an exact copy. So it's a bit by bit. So for example, if you have a piece of paper with writing on it, you go to a Xerox machine, you make a copy, you get the same copy. So that's basically what the process I did to extract the data from the laptop.
And you mentioned the TX1 program to do the imaging?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in the TX1 program?
Yes.
Were you acting in accordance with your training on the TX1 program when you imaged item number 48, the laptop in this case?
Yes.
And once you image or make a copy of the contents of the hard drive, sorry, scratch that. I'm going to start the question again. Did you make an image of the entire contents of the hard drive?
Yes.
Okay. So once you make the copy or the image of the entire contents of the hard drive, what did you do with it?
So after I made a copy of it, so it provided me with a hash, and then I look at the data on the screen, and it was a successful transfer of data, and I verified the hash. Hash is a mathematical algorithm. It's made up of both numbers and characters to show that the data wasn't changed. So if it was changed, it was tampered with, then I'll know that something is wrong with this extraction.
And did the hash value of the image match what you were looking to compare it with?
Yes.
Okay. And once you saw that the hash values matched, what did that tell you?
That it was a true copy.
Okay. So now you have the hashed copy of the image from the hard drive. What's the next step in your examination?
So the next step is I put it into my forensic computer.
Okay.
And that's where I use a software called Axiom. And Axiom is a software used to analyze data such as computer, hard drive, SD card. You can also do it for cell phones too.
And this is the Axiom. Is this from the magnet company you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
And are you certified in the Axiom software?
Yes.
Were there any limitations to the data that you were accessing?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any time limitations?
Yes.
What were the time limitations that you were using?
So based on the search warrant, the time limitation was from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Okay. Were there any content limitations to what you were accessing?
Yes.
And do you recall all of those content limitations? How does the content limitations work?
So there were a total of 32 key terms that was listed in the search warrant. So I have to abide by the law to only search for key terms within the search warrant. I can't go outside the scope of the search warrant.
Okay. And then how do you use the magnet software to limit the data to those time constraints and the content limitations that you just described?
Okay, so for the Axiom software, so I'm the only one that has the full copy, the full access. So as soon as the Axiom software is loaded onto my computer, first thing I did was I filtered it through the date range. So on one of the toolbars, you can actually input the date. So I inputted December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025. And I pressed OK. And it basically filtered only to those dates. And I can't see anything outside of those dates.
And then how do you filter through the content limitations?
Okay, so as far as the content, so I had the search warrant next to me. So I would type in, I'll use the filter feature as well. I would type in each of the keywords that was listed on the search warrant. So those 32 keywords that was listed. Each one, I would flag it with a different color code. So I know that the reason why I flag it is because it meant certain keywords.
All right, when you examine the laptop, how many user profiles were on the laptop?
There were a total of 3 user profiles.
Of those 3 user profiles, how many of them were active?
There were only 1 active user account.
Okay, so those other 2 profiles?
It was disabled.
Disabled, okay. What was the username for the single active account on that laptop?
So the username was G Konig, so it's Gkoni.
Based on your examination of the laptop, was there a full name listed for that user, G Konig?
Yes.
What was the full name listed for that user?
The full name listed was Gerhardt Konig.
Were there any email addresses attached to the username based on your examination of the data on the laptop?
Yes.
What email address?
It was G Konig, so Gkonig at gmx.com.
Was that email, gkonig@gmx.com, connected to any other device you examined in this case?
Yes.
What other device was that email connected to?
It was connected to evidence item number 42, which was the iPhone 13 Pro.
Were you able to determine what time zone the laptop was set to run on?
Yes.
And what time zone was that?
It was a Hawaii Standard Time.
Okay. Overall, did you find data relevant to this case on the laptop?
Yes.
Before we get to that, I'm going to ask you for a couple definitions. In digital forensics, do you use the term artifact?
Yes.
What does the term artifact mean in digital forensics?
Okay. So artifact means it's data that is stored on a digital device that is created by the user or the system itself. So for example, if you type something on the internet, for example, like Google on the search bar, if you put in a search term, without your knowledge, it's going to be recorded on the hard drive of the system. And it's going to be in the database where afterwards, using the forensic software, we can see what was entered.
And okay. Which operating system was the laptop using?
It was using Windows 10 Home.
Are you familiar with the Windows 10 Home operating system?
Yes.
Does the Windows 10 Home operating system retain records of user computer activity?
Yes.
And are those records, is each record an individual artifact?
Yes.
And how does the Axiom magnet software display artifacts?
Okay, so from the software, so it's an interface where you can see it's user-friendly. So it basically translate, the computer data. Computer data is presented by, we call it binary, right? 0 and 1. But it makes it, it translates all those coding into user-friendly so we can read it. Any investigators can read it.
Does the Axiom magnet software add any data?
No.
So it's just visualizing the data that's already contained on that image of the hard drive?
Yes.
For each artifact that you find on the hard drive, is it possible to go back to the original drive and verify that information?
Yes.
And could you tell us how somebody would do that?
So in this case, if I have the password for the computer.
Sorry, scratch that and I'll actually strike that answer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that, detective. Bad question. Okay. And when you look at an artifact on the laptop, is the artifact a statement of a person, or is it automatically generated data from the computer?
It could be both.
Okay, so it depends on the artifact.
Depends on the artifact.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start going through the artifacts now, detective. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 105, already shown to the defendants. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Inman, could you take a look through the exhibit that I just handed you, which is again States Exhibit 105? Okay, have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize what this is?
yes.
Okay, what is this exhibit?
So this exhibits contain artifacts of searches on Reddit.
Okay.
Can I explain what Reddit is?
Could you explain what Reddit is?
Okay.
Yes.
So Reddit is an online social media platform that allows people to share content. You can ask advice, you can give advice, and you can pretty much have any kind of discussion on any topics you want. To view Reddit, you don't need an active account. However, if you want to post comment or respond back, then you're going to have an active account, which is free. And within the Reddit ecosystem, they call it the subreddit. So subreddit is, in simple terms, like a community who are, passionate about certain items. So I'll give you an example. One could be like, if you like Hawaiian foods, right? So it's going to be displayed as lowercase r with the backslash. You might have like Hawaiian food, right? So people in the community who loves Hawaiian food will talk about, Hawaiian food, lau lau, lomi salmon, all that good stuff. You're not going to have people commenting about where can I buy a new car, or they're going to have another subreddit for new cars or used cars purchases.
Okay. Have you reviewed the artifacts contained in this exhibit on the Axiom software yourself?
Yes.
Are these artifacts that you viewed in exhibit 105, are the artifacts in this exhibit computer generated or person generated?
These were computer generated.
And
Well, objection, that's foundation. Overruled.
and how were these artifacts computer generated?
So these were searches.
Same objection, this is just to do with Reddit. He's not an expert in Reddit. Or, yeah, sir.
Okay, so these were searches made from Google, on Reddit, but the artifacts was from Google Chrome web history.
Okay. And are the papers that you viewed in States Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies? I'm sorry, back up just a little bit. Which was the user on the laptop that these artifacts came from?
So for all of these artifacts, right, it all came from the user's name, G. Konig.
And what was the full name for user G. Konig again?
It was Gerhardt Konig.
And you mentioned that this was Google Chrome. Can you explain how these artifacts ended up with Google Chrome?
Yes, so Google Chrome is a internet service provider. So it's very similar to Microsoft Edge or Apple Safari. So when you type in, if you're using online activity on Google Chrome, right, all those data will be stored onto the computer.
Okay. And are these printouts that you've reviewed for Exhibit 105 true and accurate copies of the data from the user G. Konig's internet history as related to Reddit.com?
Except for the highlighted portion, but the highlighted is the search term used within the Axiom software. It helps us investigator to locate key terms quickly. But other than that, it's a true and accurate copy.
Okay, so does the highlight mean, and what is the word highlighted in this exhibit?
So highlight means in the Axiom software in the top right corner, it's like a global search, right? So if you're looking for any keywords or just any words in general, you just type it on there and it's going to find the word that you actually inputted onto the software, and it's going to look for any key hits.
Okay.
It doesn't have to include only search warrant items that was listed in the 32 items. It can be any items because I already filtered the search warrant, we call it the image. So everything within the program is, we call a lawful search.
Okay. What word is highlighted in this exhibit?
The highlighted word is Reddit.
Okay. And does the highlight mean that word is any more or less important than any other word?
No.
Okay. It just means it's highlighted?
Yes.
And you said that other than the highlight, this is true and accurate copies of the data that you pulled from this laptop. Is that true?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves Exhibit 105 into evidence.
Can you just approach briefly, Your Honor? Sure.
All right. Well, we are at another sidebar. Defense is really pushing the sidebars today with this particular witness. So let's see how long they are at this sidebar. Also, if you guys would like to have a chance to win the end of the month drawing for a $25 Amazon gift card, please type in "I liked" in all caps and "I shared" in all caps. And if you're a new subscriber, "I sub" in all caps. That will enter you into the drawing for entries, and we will turn that over to Ada so that way she can do the end of the month drawing when she comes back. Again, that's for a $25 Amazon gift card. Here we go. Looks like they're coming back.
State's Exhibit 105 is received into evidence.
Okay. On permission to publish.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 105, Detective. And it's on the screen now. As we start through your testimony today, I'm going to ask you to explain a lot of the information on this screen. So first of all, in that very top line that says URL, can you explain first what a URL is?
Yes, URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. So that is like the address book for the internet. So, if you use an internet service provider, such as Google Chrome, right, in the top portion of the search box, right, the URL box, you can either type in what you're looking for, or you can put the exact address for a website, and it's going to take you to the direct website.
Okay, so what is the URL that is related to this artifact?
So this one, the URL was sent to the page of Reddit.
Okay. And can you explain the second line that says last visited date and time?
So the last visited date and time is basically when the user of this device visited this Reddit page.
Okay, and what was the time that the user G. Konig visited this Reddit page?
It was on December 24, 2024 at 4:34 a.m.
And going to the next line, what was the title of that Reddit page?
So the title was Lying Again under the subreddit, so the community of As One After Infidelity.
Okay. Scrolling down a couple lines, when it says artifact type, can you explain what that means?
This basically means where the data was recovered. So in this case, it was recovered under the Google Chrome web history.
Okay. And last thing I'm going to ask for this page one is under the evidence information section, there's a long string that says source. Can you explain what that long string of words with backslashes means? Or forward slashes?
Yes, so that's basically the file path to locate that file or that data. So I like to put it this way. So it's like a street address for a file. So if I'm trying to explain, I'll give an example where I work. I'll be the main, the folder, right? It'll be Detective Inuma, and then my workplace is going to be 801 South Baratena Street. So when I give somebody the instruction, each instruction that I provide will be like a subfolder. So if you're coming from the west side, I'll give the direction of you drive H1 east, you take the canal off. That's one instruction, which is a subfolder. Then you turn right on Ward Avenue, which is the second subfolder. Then you turn right on Baratena Street, which is the third subfolder. And when you reach to the 801 South Baratena, it's going to be on the left-hand side. So that's going to be the destination, the file. I know in Hawaii, we don't use street names. We use landmarks like, past the coconut tree, it's on the pink house, turn right, and then my house is going to be on with the red car, right? But that's the same principle. So if you give anybody that instruction, it allows you to locate that item or the file quickly and efficient as possible.
So if you follow this instructions in this source, what do you find?
So if you look at the source, I'll use the pointer.
And I'll actually zoom in on that one area of the photograph as well.
Okay. So right here, if you look at this is the 927 gigabyte. Just to give you context, that's how much data was recovered from the overall extraction. It was a 1 terabyte drive. The user is basically the user of this laptop. So it was assigned to a user named G. Konig. And it as you follow it down, that's the path it used to locate this data, which is under the Google, Chrome, the user data, the default, and the history.
Got it. Okay, thank you for explaining. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to go on to page 2 of State's Exhibit 105. Okay, we're now looking at page 2 of State's 105. Can you explain what the last, and before we get any further, just to clarify, you already mentioned this maybe, all of the artifacts in this exhibit are the same type of artifact?
Yes, it's all from the Google Chrome web history.
Okay, so when was the last visited date and time for page 2?
For this one particular,
Yes.
the last visit time was December 24, 2024 at 4:37 a.m.
And what was the title of the page that was visited at that time?
So the title was called "It's Over" under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
And which was the user accessing this, or which user on the laptop was accessing this?
So if you look on the source, it tells you the user name was G. Konig.
Right, we're gonna go to page 3 and we'll publish. Again, what time was the last visited date and time?
The last visit date and time was December 24, 2024 at 4:55 a.m.
Okay. All right. Publishing page 4. Can you tell us the last visited date and time of this artifact?
Yes. So the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:57 a.m.
Okay. And could you tell us if you know, there's no title on this artifact, is there?
There's no title that is actually written on this side of the column, but if you just look at the URL and you follow the path, you can easily identify the title of this post.
Okay. How do you identify the title of the post from the URL?
So as I was mentioning earlier, so the title is under the subreddit as one after infidelity. So the title is after on this one, it's going to be the second page, right? After the comment box. So this is where people post their own sub-posts within the as one after infidelity, ecosystem.
Okay. All right. I want to move to the next page, which is page 5. And for each of these now, Detective, now that you've gone through a couple of how these artifacts look, I'm just going to ask you the same thing. Could you explain to us the last visit date and time as well as the title, okay?
Yes.
So for page 5, what was the last visit date and time?
So the last visit date and time is December 24, 2024 at 4:49 a.m.
Okay, and what was the title of this page?
The title was called "I Did a Horrible Thing" under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
We're going to go to page 6 now, Detective. What was the last visited date and time of this artifact?
So the last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:23 a.m.
Okay. And what was the page visited in this?
So in this one, it was the homepage of the as one after infidelity under the Reddit website.
That was the homepage of this specific subreddit?
Yes, this is the homepage, correct.
We're going to publish now page 7 of the exhibit. Okay, could you tell us the last visit date and time as well as the title?
Last visit date and time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:25 a.m. The title for this visit was called Wives, Why Did You Do It? Under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
Next page, page 8. Could you tell us what the last visit date and time and the page visited?
Yeah, so the last visit date time is December 25th, 2024 at 3:37 a.m. And then the homepage was the As One After Infidelity.
Page number 9 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as the title of this page?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of the page is Peer Support, Advice, and Removals under the subreddit of As One After Infidelity.
We'll now publish page 10 of the exhibit. Could you tell us again last date and time as well as title?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:38 a.m. The title of this is I Understand, But I Don't Understand under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We're going to go to page 11, Detective. Could you tell us again the same thing?
Yes, the last visited was on December 25th, 2024 at 3:40 a.m. The title is called Those Who Have Been Betrayed. Did You Fall Out of Love with Your WP While Trying to Reconcile under the subreddit As One After Infidelity. Do you want me to explain what WP?
No.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we are now on page number 12. Could you explain the last visit date and time as well as what page was visited?
Okay, the last visit date time was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. And this was the homepage of the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Publishing now page 13 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time as well as the page that was visited here?
Yes, it was December 25th, 2024 at 3:44 a.m. The title is called Surviving Infidelity.
Is this the same subreddit we mentioned, or is this a different one?
This is a different one. So the subreddit for the community is called Surviving Infidelity.
Okay. Moving on to the next page, page 14 of this exhibit 105. Could you tell us the last date and time as well as the title?
Yes, okay. So it's on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is called Just Found Out She Cheated under the Reddit search.
Okay. Now you say Reddit search. Is this a specific subreddit?
Just by looking at the file path, it appears that it was it's one of those probably the search box within the Reddit page.
Okay. So
And
the
then-
search.
Okay, so if you look at the URL, I'll show you this
Okay,
part.
I'll zoom into the URL as well. Okay, could you explain for us how the search affects any of this?
Yes. So for this part, if you look at the word or the letter Q, Q stands for query. So that's usually what the person put inside a search bar. Doesn't mean that they actually inputted the entire sentence for in this case, right? It says just found out she cheated. It's like, when you use Google, when you start typing in certain words, you have a drop box that tries to predict what you're trying to type. So that's basically what it is. So I don't know if the user of this device actually wrote the entire sentence or just put just and then you got one of those drop box.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'm going to take the zoom in down and move on to page number 15 of the exhibit. Okay, Detective Inuma, could you tell us the last visited date and time as well as the title of this post?
Okay. So it was last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. The title is My parenthesis 35M parenthesis wife parenthesis 32F parenthesis cheated on me 2 years ago and I forgave her after she signed a postnum. But now I found out She didn't give me the full story and am strongly considering divorce again with the benefit of the prenup. How can I learn to trust her again? And this is under the subreddit relationship advice.
Got it. So this is the same two subreddits we've already mentioned, or a different one?
So this is a new subreddit, a different community.
Okay. And this one again is called relationship advice.
Correct.
We're going to publish page 16 of the exhibit. Okay. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:15 p.m. And it was visited the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Page number 17 of the exhibit. Could you explain last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:16 p.m. The title is called Expecting More Disclosure under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 18 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what the title of the page was?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The title is 6 Weeks Out from D-Day under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
We'll go to page 19. Could you tell us again last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
Yes, so it was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:18 p.m. And this was the homepage of As One After Infidelity.
Okay, we're now on page 20, almost there, of this exhibit. Could you explain to us, same thing as always, last visited date and time, as well as title?
Yes, so it was December 25th, 2024 at 2:19 p.m. And the title is Can't Have Physical Relationship with WP Anymore under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Page number 21 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what the last visited date and time is, as well as explain what the URL means?
Yes, so the last visit date and time was on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And based on the URL, so it was under the subreddit As One After Infidelity, and the user of this device searched for the term DARVO, D-A-R-V-O.
Okay. Detective Inuma, do you know yourself, have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
Prior to this,
Objection, Knox Foundation.
It's asked the Lane Foundation. Go ahead and answer the question.
So do you have personal knowledge of what the term DARVO means?
no.
Okay. When you say prior to this, do you have personal knowledge today of what that term means?
Yes.
Okay.
Same objection, Your Honor.
How did you acquire that knowledge?
So I used the Reddit. I visited the Reddit page and I basically type in DARVO. And also use Google search to just cross-reference it to make sure that it's similar definition.
And based on your research, and sorry, was it the same Reddit page as this, As One After Infidelity?
Yes.
Were you able then to determine what the term DARVO means?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Nemo, could you explain to us what the term DARVO means? Give it just a moment. Okay. Could you explain to us?
But that's fine.
Could you explain to us what the term DARVO means?
So the DARVO, so it's an acronym. So the D stands for deny, A stands for attack, R stands for reverse, victim, and offender.
Thank you for explaining. We're going to move to page number 22. Okay. Now we have page 22 of State's Exhibit 105. Could you explain to us again last visited date and time, as well as the title of the page?
Yes, so it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:22 p.m. And the title is Dealing with Intense Limerence / Affair Fog and DARVO from My Wife. I found AP's wife's detail under the subreddit As One After Infidelity.
Okay, and the visited date was December 25th at 2:22 p.m.
Yes, 2:22 p.m. Correct.
Looking now at page 23 of this exhibit. Could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as the title?
Yes, it was visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. The title is called "I'm Freaking Out a Little. I'd really like some input," under the subreddit as one after infidelity.
Page number 24 of the exhibit. Could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as what's happening in this exhibit?
Yes. Okay, so last visited on December 25th, 2024 at 2:24 p.m. and the title is Darbo. And it was inside, if you just based looking at the URL of the query, the queue, so it was inputted Darvo.
There's a follow-up question I have, Detective. In the top under the artifact information, there's a two words that say visit count. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so each time when you visit, it counts as one. If you visit again, it's in 2, 3, 4, and so on.
So how many times did the user of this device visit this page, search for Darvo?
Based on this data, 3 times.
Moving on to page number 25, could you tell us the last visited date and time, as well as what page is being visited?
Yes, so it was visited on January 15th, 2025 at 9:35 a.m. And the visited page is the as one after infidelity.
Okay. Now, could you explain to us, Detective, I see that there's a transition type and it says typed under the 4th line in this artifact information. Could you explain what that means?
Yep, so the user of the device likely type in the URL.
And last page of this exhibit, could you explain to us the last visited date and time, as well as what page was visited?
So the last visited date and time was on January 15th, 2025 at 9:36 a.m. It was under the Reddit. The title is called Reddit Dive Into Anything.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. I'll hand the exhibit to the clerk. Okay. Detective New, we're going to keep going. So I'm going to hand you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106, priorly shown to Defense Counsel. May I approach? Yes. Okay, Detective Unuma, I've handed you what's been marked as State's 106. Could you take a look through real quick and let us and look up when you're done? Okay, Detective, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. Are these artifacts from your search of the laptop?
Yes.
How many artifacts are in this exhibit?
7.
And what type of artifacts are these?
These were email purchase order that was sent to the computer.
Okay. What email address were they sent to?
It was sent to gkonig@gmx.com.
Okay. And that's the previous email you mentioned as being associated with both the computer and the iPhone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you said they are purchase orders, are they receipts?
Yes, it's a receipt.
Okay. And are these true and accurate copies of the artifacts you found on item 48, the laptop with the username Konig?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is there anything highlighted in these artifacts?
And this one, no.
Okay. At this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 106.
Okay. No objection. It was marked for identification as State's Exhibit 106 is received into evidence.
Okay. I'm going to publish up on the screen, Detective. and we'll try and move quicker this time. Who is, and this is page 1, who is the email from, or what email address is the email from?
So the email address is from audible.com. So audible.com is an online, like a digital book service where you can purchase pretty much any books, and then they'll send you a way to download the books digitally, and you can actually hear the person reading to you rather than you read it yourself.
Okay. And this email came in on what date again?
It was on December 12th, 2024 at 1:01 p.m.
Okay. And could you point us to where the title of the book that was downloaded was on the page?
Yeah, so the title of the page is right over here. It's called The State of Affairs. It's by author Esther Perel.
Okay. All right, Detective, I'm going to go through each of the 7 pages, and I'll ask you the same couple questions each time. Actually, I'll ask you 2 questions. What was the date of the email, and then what was the book, okay?
Okay.
All right, going to page 2 of the exhibit. What was the date of the email?
So it was sent on December 18th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. And the title of the book is After the Affair, 3rd edition by author, was it Janice Spring?
Okay. We're going to go to page 3 of the exhibit. What was the date of this email?
So the date is December 18th, 2024 at 11:48 a.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Linda MacDonald.
Okay. We're going to go to page number 4 of the exhibit, Detective. Could you tell us the date as well as the title?
Yes, so it's the date is December 18th, 2024 at 2:04 p.m. The title is called How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair by author Janet Bloom.
Page number 5. Could you tell us the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is December 27, 2024 at 4:01 p.m. The title is called Getting the Love You Want by author Harville Hendricks.
Page number 6. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, so the date is January 7, 2025 at 4:32 p.m. And the title is called Not Just Friends by author Shirley Glass.
Okay. And page number 7. Could you explain the date as well as the title?
Yes, the date is February 14th, 2025 at 12:22 p.m. The title is called The Let Them Theory by author Mel Robbins.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, and Detective, I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. Okay. I've retrieved exhibit 107 or 106. I'll hand it to clerk. Okay. Detective Newman, I'm going to approach her now with State's Exhibit 107, previously shown to Defense Counsel. Detective Newman, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. Could you take a look, and when you're done, look up. Okay, could you, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is part of the email file that was sent to the computer.
Okay, and which email address was this sent to?
It was sent to gkonig@gmx.com.
Okay, and is this artifact a true and accurate copy of the email you found addressed to gkonig@gmx.com, provided in number 48 from the laptop you examined?
Yes, except for the highlighted portion.
Got it. So there are highlights to this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And as you explained earlier, do the highlights mean anything?
No.
Do they mean that the highlighted word is more important or less important?
No.
Okay. All right, and at this point, the state will move State's Exhibit 107 into evidence.
Mr. Otake, in addition to the record we've already made. No objection. And what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107 will be received into evidence.
All right, Detective, I'm publishing State's Exhibit 107. We're on page 1 here. Could you explain who the email is from?
Yes, so the email is from walmart.com.
And one more time, who the email was addressed to?
It was addressed to or sent to the email gkonig@gmx.com.
And the email may speak for itself a little bit here, Detective, but what is the email about?
It's a notification informing the user that your package has arrived.
And we're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. How many items arrived?
There were 2 items.
Okay. And what was item 2 that arrived?
So item number 2 is called Night 64 gigabyte, which is parentheses 800 hours, hidden voice recorder, HD audio recorder. Not sure how to pronounce this word. Gabadora de Vol Espia, voice activated recorder, spy device, comma, a secret recording device.
Okay. And going back to page 1 of the exhibit, Detective, what date did this email come in?
So it came in on December 31st, 2024 at 8:52 a.m.
And does the email also state when the order was placed?
Yes.
And when was that?
So the order date was on Friday, December 27, 2024.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you. And I'll hand State Exhibit 107 to the clerk. Judge Powers.
We've been going long, but I think we'll just continue the bill. We'll take one recess this morning.
No problem.
Thanks for checking.
Okay. Detective Inuma, I'm going to do 2 for 1 right now. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 and 109, previously shown to defense counsel.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach? Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm handing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108 and 109. And if you need to refer to them on the back side of the last page of each exhibit, there's a little sticker with the number if you need to find it. Could you take a look through both exhibits, and when you're done, let me know. Okay, let's start with exhibit 108. Detective, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that artifact?
So it's an email.
Okay, who was the email from?
So the email is from a user gkonig at proinbox.com.
Is that one of the emails you mentioned earlier?
Yes, it was one of the email that was associated with the iPhone 13 Pro, evidence item number 42.
Okay. And who was the email addressed to?
It was addressed to a person by the email, just by looking at the name, Andrea Miller at, I think it's like KYNDRYL.com.
Okay. And this exhibit states Exhibit 108. Is that a true and accurate copy of the artifact that you observed during your examination of item number 48, the laptop in this case?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state moves Exhibit 108 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection, Your Honor. The mark for identification as State's Exhibit 108 is received into evidence.
And Detective, could you take a look at 109 that you have as well?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay. What type of artifacts are these?
So these were email, like a purchase from Lincoln.
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Okay. And where did you find these emails on the computer?
Oh, it was in the email file.
Okay, sorry. Who were the emails addressed to?
It was addressed to the email address gkonig@proinbox.com.
Okay. And how many pages are in this exhibit?
Six.
Okay. And does this exhibit fairly, or is it a true and accurate copy of the emails addressed to gkonig@proinbox.com regarding LinkedIn?
Minus the highlight, yes.
Okay. And again, there are portions of Exhibit 109 that have highlights.
Yes.
And I'll ask you this every time. Do the highlights mean anything with regards to the information in the exhibit?
No.
Okay. And they are true and accurate copy otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state moves Exhibit 109 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. And what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 109 is received into evidence.
Okay. Detective Nemo, we're going to publish 108 on the screen. Okay. And could you tell us who this email, what email address, or could you show us on the screen which email address this came from?
Okay. So the email address came from the user, well, under Gerhardt Konig, under the email address gkonig@proinbox.com.
And what date and time was the email sent?
It was sent on December 6, 2024 at 8:24 a.m.
And who was the recipient, or what email address was the recipient of the email?
So it's andrea.miller@kyndryl.com.
Okay. And what was the subject of the email?
The subject was titled, "Your Husband, Jeff."
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read the whole email, Detective, but to publish it, I will leave it up on the screen for a few seconds, if that's okay.
Okay.
I'll leave the exhibit up for just another couple of seconds and then I'll take it down. Okay, I'm going to take down States Exhibit 108. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to retrieve the exhibits from you now. Both of them. They'll hand 108 and 109 to the clerk.
Mr. Better ask you to go a little bit more. We'll take our break in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. We can get through at least one more exhibit. Okay. Again, I'm going to hand you two exhibits at once here, Detective. States 110 and 111.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective. I've had you states 110 and 111. Could you take a look at those for us? Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
So these are artifacts of the searches that was made on the computer from Google searches regarding hikes.
You said these are artifacts regarding hikes?
Yeah, regarding hikes. Oh, it has other things too, but regarding hikes.
And are these artifacts, sorry to clarify, are they search history artifacts?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the date range of these search history artifacts?
So it's from February 28, 2025, and then the last one is March 4th, 2025.
Okay. Are these true and accurate copies of the search history artifacts related to hiking that you found on item 48, the laptop with the username G. Konig?
Yep. So the first one, that's one I highlighted during my search under my report. The second one, it's highlighted.
Okay.
And again, it doesn't mean anything.
The highlights again don't mean anything?
Correct.
Okay. So other than the highlights, are they true and accurate copies of the artifacts you found on the laptop?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, the state moves exhibit 110 and 111 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. Please mark for identification as State Exhibit 110 and 111 will be received into evidence.
Detective Numa, I'm going to publish states 110. Okay, could you explain to us what we're looking at?
Okay, so this is what I use for the Axiom software. So I filtered it. And if you look at it, these are all search history relating to hikes. The search term was provided from the search warrant.
Okay. And we're going to move on to States Exhibit 111. And we're going to go through each page here, Detective. So could you explain to us, going from the top, so page 1 of Exhibit 111, what is the search term?
The search term for this was Maui secret hikes.
Okay. And how does the software pull that search term?
So it was, the artifact was from the Google search database. And as far as I was explaining earlier, if the person actually typed it in or if was it one of those Dropbox. So as you can see, is as Q as in query. So the person had to type in Maui first, and then afterwards, it's going to have a Dropbox. But in this case particular, it tells you over here, the original search inquiry was Maui secret hikes.
Okay. And could you point out to which area it said the original search query was?
Yeah, right over here.
And again, just to remind us one more time, what user on the laptop is putting this search query in?
So it's under the user G.
And what date and time was this search done?
It was done on February 28, 2025 at 2:55 p.m.
Okay. Detective Newman, we're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. Could you tell us the date and time as well as the original search query for this page?
Okay. The date and time is February 28, 2025 at 3:13 p.m. The original search query was secret hike Waikamoi Falls.
All right, we're going to move on to page 3, Detective. Could you tell us what the date and time of the search was, as well as the search query?
Okay, so the date and time was February 28, 2025 at 3:17 p.m. The original search word was best hikes on Oahu.
We're going to go to page 4. Detective, are we still looking at a Google search for page 4 of this exhibit?
Not this one.
Okay. Could you tell us then the last visited date and time of this page, as well as the title of the page?
Yeah, so this is the website called alltrails.com. The last visited daytime was February 28, 2025 at 3:17 p.m. The title of this is called 10 Best Trails and Hikes in Oahu by All Trails.
Detective, we're going to go to page 5 of the exhibit. Could you tell us what sort of website we're looking at with this artifact?
So this is a YouTube video based on if you look at the URL, it's youtube.com, and it's a video file.
Okay, and what date and time was this YouTube video last visited?
It was February 28, 2025 at 3:30 p.m. And the title was called Easy Hike on Oahu, Makapu'u Lighthouse Trail. And it's a YouTube.
Page 6 of the exhibit, detective. What are we looking at with this page?
So it's another YouTube video. It was visited on February 28, 2025 at 3:30 p.m. The title is called The Top 10 Easy Oahu Hikes for Everyone, Hawaii YouTube.
Move on to page number 7 of the exhibit. What type of web page is this, detective?
So this is a Google search. So the person typed in the word.
Okay, and what was the original search query?
So the original search query was difficult.
Okay, and what was the ultimate search term?
So the search term was difficult hikes Oahu.
Okay, how do you get from that original search query, difficult, to the search term difficult hikes Oahu?
So that's the one I was mentioning earlier in the Google search bar. When you start typing in, for this example, difficult, and you're going to have all these drop box that tries to predict what you're trying to type next.
And what date and time was this search about difficult hikes Oahu done?
It was done on February 28, 2025 at 3:31 p.m.
A couple more pages, detective. It's page 8 of the exhibit. What kind of website is this?
So the website is called journeyarrow.com/Oahu-hikes.
Okay. And what date and time was this visited?
It was visited on February 28, 2025 at 3:36 p.m.
And could you explain what the transition type link means?
So the user probably clicked on some kind of website that took them to this page.
Okay. Page number 9 of the exhibit, detective. What website are we looking at? What's the last visited date and time? What's the title?
So, okay, so the last visited was on February 28, 2025 at 3:36 p.m. The title of this webpage is called The 35 Best Hikes on Oahu, The Ultimate Guide.
And what does the URL say?
So the URL said that this was under the Stairway to Heaven Oahu, Hawaii webpage.
All right, and last page of the exhibit, detective. What is the website we're looking at? And what is the title and what is the last visit date and time?
Okay, so it was last visited on March 3rd, 2025 at 7:19 a.m. The title of this page is called Palipuka Hike on Oahu, Hawaii, The Hiker's Guide.
Okay. All right, I'll take the exhibit down, detective, and I'll retrieve the exhibits.
Can we pause here, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thanks for hanging in there. It's a long morning session. We'll take our morning recess. We'll come back shortly after 11 o'clock. We'll go as far as we can before we take our lunch break. Leave your notebooks on the chair. All rise.
All right. I do apologize for that. I am going to go ahead and get us over to the Suzanne Merkel. I'm going to keep an eye on this. As soon as they come back, we're going to transition back over into Hawaii court. But for now, to fill in the breaks, we're going to go ahead and try to finish this one up for the day so we can start it tomorrow for day 6. Here we go.
And the threat response makes us super hot. We start sweating profusely.
Did it seemed to be on the body camera, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that it was almost like she would say something in a certain state of mind and then go into a different state of mind and then get elevated, then come back down. Did you notice that on the cameras?
I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with an acute trauma response?
That's consistent because what is so challenging when someone has just very recently been through trauma is that we're not regulating our emotions real well, that our brain is on overload. This life-threatening thing just happened, and the brain is working double time to try and regulate, but it's not going that well. So we'll see periods of calm and then periods of hyperventilating, and that's perfectly consistent with a stress response.
I think you used a term for me before. The word was labile.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Emotional lability or labile means that emotions are up, down, all over the place. People who have really labile emotions basically go from 0 to 60 like that they're just very, very quick to get emotional and often just as quick to calm down. It's just up and down, up and down. It's exhausting for the person who's experiencing it.
Is that sort of up and down emotional swing, is that consistent or inconsistent with a acute stress response to trauma?
It's consistent.
Is someone who is, I guess, faking a trauma response, let's say, are they typically capable of keeping that going for a very long period of time?
No. Someone who is faking any kind of mental health condition, that's one of the ways that we know that they are faking a mental health condition, because they can't keep up the act. That they'll try it for a few minutes, but then will inadvertently slip back into being themselves.
And you've reviewed the 3 hours or so of the body camera. Are you even familiar with somebody ever being able to do that for such a long period of time if it's not actually happening?
No, I've never seen that.
Have you ever heard of, if someone doesn't close their eyes, that means they're faking a panic attack? Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Is that a medically correct conclusion?
Not at all. And in fact, quite the opposite. When someone's having a panic attack, they usually have their eyes wide open because it's a fear response.
I wanted to ask you about the elevated heart rate that the EMS folks found from Miss Miracle when they were treating her outside of the, on the front porch there.
Yes.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a trauma response?
Consistent.
And again, if she is faking it and trying to get out of the situation, and they've offered her, hey, let's go to the hospital, would she be more or less likely to accept that offer?
If she were faking mental health symptoms, she would want to go to the hospital.
Is her declining that treatment consistent or inconsistent with faking it?
Inconsistent with faking it.
Have you reviewed the 4,000 pages of text messages that we sent you?
I absolutely have.
Okay. And I mean the messages from Mr. Barron and Miss Miracle.
Yes.
Okay. Is it consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for the victim in an intimate partner violence relationship to be jealous?
Yes.
It is inconsistent for the victim to be jealous?
It's consistent for the victim to be jealous.
It seems, and you're going to have to help me out with that, because it seems like if I'm frightened of someone because they're violent with me, that I wouldn't dare ever mention something like, hey, you cheated on me, or, how dare you do this with this woman, things like that. Help me understand that.
Absolutely. So the intimate partner partner violence is so complicated. Like any relationship is messy, but relationships that involve intimate partner violence are really messy because they involve power dynamics where one partner is coercing, meaning that they're getting the partner to do a bunch of things she doesn't want to do, and controlling the person in various ways. Sometimes that's through physical threats, sometimes that's through financial, sometimes that's through emotional abuse, like calling someone a name. But the purpose is to establish a power differential and prevent that person from thinking she has any other options but to be in that relationship. So what we see in intimate partner violent relationships that include intimate partner violence, is that we will see the survivors of those relationships sometimes behave erratically. So sometimes make efforts to really hang on to this person, sometimes get angry to sort of test the waters, or sometimes to get attention. But we don't see a consistent pattern of behavior all the time. So someone who is in a relationship where there is abuse and then finds out that that person is cheating might actually confront that person because that's a socially acceptable thing to do. That is not a person who is in the relationship. That's something where the survivor might not blame herself. She might think that that's something that the perpetrator is doing all on their own.
Did you see evidence in your review of the text messages, the voluminous text messages, of coercion and control?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what evidence you saw and that you noted?
So in the early stages of the relationship, I think I also want to point out that abusive relationships don't usually start out abusive. They start out with charm, with love, with lust, that there's usually the excitement at the beginning of the relationship. And slowly but surely, the perpetrator is taking more and more steps to control this person. And what I saw early on in the text messages as the relationship was in its maybe third or fourth month is a lot more argument about finances. Mr. Barron was wanting Miss Miracle to sell her practice, and she was feeling very on the fence about it. She talks a lot about how she's always been independent. She's always worked. She's always made her own money. And it seemed like there was a lot of pressure for her to sell that practice, to have more money kind of in the pot. And that's something that she talked about in her interviews too, is that one of the things that she and Mr. Barron fought about frequently was money, that him wanting her to use her money in ways that she didn't feel comfortable with.
Is getting into a large mortgage with someone part of, or can it be part of, a tactic of coercion and control?
Absolutely.
Can other, you've already talked about emotional abuse that would just be sort of like insults and things like that.
Calling bad names, degrading, yeah.
What about flirting with somebody in front of the other partner openly?
Yes, to make the partner feel less than.
Is it consistent or inconsistent with coercion and control and intimate partner violence for, at the beginning, the perpetrator is very, very kind, very, very nice, seems to be a Prince Charming. The relationship moves very, very fast.
That is completely consistent. Again, these relationships don't usually start out bad. They usually start out exciting.
Talk to me about how it is that it can change, and what it is that starts to change things in a typical coercion and control intimate partner violence situation.
Well, it typically doesn't start with physical violence. It starts with more of the degradation, name calling, pulling the person away from their network. So more isolation, more situations to create a sense of dependency so that the survivor is dependent on the perpetrator. Can you walk us through the
the prior, I guess, the violence that was reported to you and that you laid out in your report with respect to Mr. Barron and Ms. Miracle.
Yes. So in terms of when the physical violence started, Ms. Miracle reports it was maybe around September or October of 2024. In terms of collateral data to support that, there are some text messages that match up with Ms. Miracle's report, but it isn't like we have text messages, and I wouldn't expect to see text messages where it's like, oh my God, you hit me.
And let me stop
yes.
you and ask you about that.
Sure.
Is it common that in a violent relationship that they don't openly communicate about the violence in text messages? Is that a common thing?
That's the most common, yes.
That's more common than actually, hey, I beat you up, you beat me up, you hurt me.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you find in the 4,000 pages or so any, open statements by either of the parties? You hurt me, you did this to me. Anything really express?
Yes, and that was much later in the relationship. So
jump ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So that was much later. Ms. Miracle suggested that the violence really escalated around late December of 2024. That was the time at which she inadvertently found out about the other woman.
That was late December.
Late December 2024.
28, 24 sound right?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And that was the first fight, per her report, that was the first fight that involved weapons, where guns were brandished.
Okay. And to be super, super clear, the earlier September thing was not weapons, but it involved
some sort of violence. Ms. Miracle is reporting hair pulling, calling her a whore, slamming her against a wall.
Well, check and I want to make sure we get this right. The earlier September, October violence was physical violence,
sexual violence,
and sexual violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we go forward to, I think you said December.
Correct.
Tell us about that one.
Correct. So Ms. Miracle reports at that time that there was an escalation, and there was really an escalation around the fact that there was this other woman to whom Mr. Barron was sending money. And that was the first time that the fighting escalated to where he brandished a gun.
And is this the one where she's in the closet and makes a phone call to, I think, Mr. Barron's son?
To Mr. Barron's son, that's correct.
Now, what was the next one as far as you have in your notes? So
the next time there was any incident of what I would consider violent behavior was in January of 2025. And that was an incident, again, where there was an escalation in fighting around this other woman, and Mr. Barron chucks Ms. Miracle's purse out the window, which is an act of aggression, in my opinion.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence, that behavior of throwing a cherished personal item away or throwing it out the window?
That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
And first of all, was that incident also confirmed and by collateral material in the text?
Yes, that one was confirmed by text messages in which Ms. Miracle tells Mr. Barron, hey, my phone was in there, my hearing aid charger was in there, my ID was in there, my money was in there, and he had just thrown it out the window.
Okay, and then moving on from there?
Moving on from there, the next incident was an incident in early February when Mr. Barron reportedly came to visit Ms. Miracle on St. Simon's Island so they could talk things out about this other woman.
And is this the incident that involved the police?
Correct.
Okay. Did you watch the body cameras from the St. Simon's incident where the police appeared?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything on the body cameras that is the hallmark or very consistent with intimate partner violence?
Yes. The thing that was readily apparent to me on the body camera footage was when Miss Miracle is shown stepping outside of the apartment. The door is closed. She's talking to police, and the police officer asks her something to the effect of, "Did he hurt you?" And what Miss Miracle does is, without saying a word, she takes the police officer's hand and she places it on the back of her head. So she's trying to tell the police officer without telling the police officer, hey, something's going on here.
In other words, verbally, she's saying nothing, but she's demonstrating it.
Correct.
And is that something that is consistent with intimate partner violence?
It absolutely is, and especially because Mr. Barron was essentially right there.
Moving on to the beyond that St. Simon's incident, what was the next incident? What was the next incident that was reported to you?
So the next incident that was reported to me was in mid-January, shortly after Valentine's Day, mid-January of 2025.
Mid-February.
February, I'm so sorry. February of 2025, where Miss Miracle and Mr. Barron reportedly got into a fight, some combination of money. She reported to me that there was a fight around money and how she was going to use money from selling her practice. And also, again, this third woman, or this other woman, second woman, was also involved. And that was another big fight in which there was a gun. Miss Miracle reported that Mr. Barron was tapping her foot with a gun, that he beat her up, that he was hitting her around her chest. She said she looked like an MMA fighter, but all of the bruising she reports was around her torso.
Meaning not on a visible part of her body.
Correct.
Tell me if that is consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for a perpetrator to select a portion of the victim's body that is not openly viewable by other folks.
That's correct. That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
Did Miss Miracle relate to you the incident from the March 7th, obviously the matter in which she's charged as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did she relate to you a suicide attempt after the unfortunate death of Mr. Barron?
Yes, she said she thought about taking her own life.
You said before that persons who are having a trauma response are going to have some sort of, maybe this is related to the intimate partner violence, but the sort of the shame or the guilt or the self-blame.
Yes.
Okay. Is that related to a PTSD? Is that a PTSD response? Is it an intimate partner violence response, or is it both?
It's both. It's both. It is part of what keeps a survivor of intimate partner violence in the abusive relationship, is that they think they're at fault. And in Miss Miracle's case, she was reporting over and over again in her interviews with me that she just felt like she wasn't doing enough. She wasn't doing enough to make him love her. And why didn't he love her? And if she had just tried harder, if she had just done things differently, I mean, she really weathered the blame for their relationship not going well. And that is largely why she stayed in it.
But it seems like she would be stating in the texts, something about his violence, doesn't that? Why are the texts all about Lilia Bocan, right? Why are they all about this and trying to get his attention? Like, why would you want the attention of someone who's violent with you?
It goes back to the power dynamic. I mean, in terms of the text with Lilia, that was just an easier way to fight with him. I guess I would say that it is easier to fight about a third party than it is that, hey, this traumatic thing is actually happening to me. Because again, like we talked about, someone who has experienced trauma does.
All right, we are back in the courtroom with the Hawaii versus Dr. Konig.
25-37. Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom.
and Detective Inuma still on the stand under oath. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Mr. Garner, you may continue on with your direct examination.
Thank you. Okay, Detective, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to retrieve the exhibits that are left up on the stand from before the recess.
I can take the photos. I'll hand them to the clerk.
All right, Detective. We finished up looking at State's Exhibit 111. And I'll put the last page of that exhibit back up on the screen. So the last website you mentioned was the Polypuka hike at journeyera.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, did you ever visit this website?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112, previously shown to defense. Could you take a look at State's Exhibit 112? And as you do that, I'll take 111 off the screen.
Yes.
Detective Newman, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So this is the, okay, so I use the, we call it the Wayback Machine. So Wayback Machine is an online website that allows the user to go back in time to visit a certain, or it could be any website, right? And it's like an internet archive, and it creates an accurate snapshot of what that website appeared on that particular date and time in history. And this is the, it's run by a nonprofit organization, and we use it in our industry. This was also brought up to us by the NCFI, the National Computer Forensic Institute, if you want to go back on the website and see what it looked like.
Okay. So can you explain why you went back to look at the Wayback Machine, to look at historically what this journeyera.com article about the Polypuka hike looked like?
Yeah, so in this case, the user of the computer visited this webpage on March 3rd, 2025. So I wanted to see the content that was posted around that time.
Okay. And how did you use the Wayback Machine to view the content as the user would have seen it on March 3rd, 2025?
Okay, so I used two different dates, right? So one was, occurred prior to the search, which was on January 14th, 2025. And I used another a key point was April 26, 2025 to see if there were any changes on the website.
Okay, so you said these two different dates. Are those different dates that the Wayback Machine archived that website?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then compare the content on those two different dates?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any difference between the content between the January 14th, 2025 date and the April 26th, 2025 date that website was archived?
No, they're the same.
And which date then do you have up there with State's Exhibit 112?
So this one, it was from the January 14th, 2025.
Okay. So the archived copy of this website about the Polypuka hike you have from the archive date of January 14th, 2025.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the archived copy of that website on that date?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you use the Wayback Machine in your work. Can you explain that?
So anytime if we have, doing investigation and we just wanted to do further investigation, what the person was possibly looking at on a particular website, this is the website we'll use to go back in time and see what the person saw.
Is the Wayback Machine commonly used in the field of digital forensics?
Yes.
Is it known to be accurate in the field of digital forensics?
Yes.
At this point, the state will move to admit Exhibit 112 into evidence.
Mr. O'Connor. No objection. What has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 112 is received.
Okay. Detective Munuma, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 112 onto the screen. Okay, and we're going to go through a couple pages, and I'm going to zoom in on areas and ask you to read them first. But before we start into the web page, I'm going to zoom in to the very top of the page here. What is that part of the web page?
Okay, so this is the URL from the Wayback Machine. So this is basically, it's indicating that this is the website I visited. And in the date, the 2025, it's going to be November, or was it January 14th? So that's the date that was able to capture for this exhibit
So
for the website.
2025 01
0114.
14. That's the archive date.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm going to take that down. And we're going to go to page 2. And I'm going to zoom in to the first paragraph. And we're going to look at line 2 and 3. Detective Unimo, could you read us the sentence that starts in that middle of line 2?
Yes. The Poly Lookout itself is a popular tourist spot, but 99% of visitors to the lookout don't hike. They just look out over the valley. The Poly Notches hike begins on the right-hand side of the parking lookout.
Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to zoom into the bottom 2 lines of paragraph 2, Detective. Could you read the bottom 2 lines of paragraph 2 on this page?
Yes. Okay. The hike isn't necessarily dangerous, but much of the path is on the edge of a huge drop-off. Does that make it dangerous? You decide.
Okay, I'm going to remove that zoomed area. Right. We're going to move on to page 3, Detective. All right, I'm going to zoom
Your
in.
Honor, for purposes of completeness, can we go back and zoom in on the last paragraph?
I have no objection. Go ahead. All right, I'll zoom in on the last paragraph, Detective,
Okay.
and we will have you read that to us as well. Okay?
Yes. The path is wide enough that there is no real risk if you watch your footing and play it safe. If you want to look out at the amazing view, it's best to stop walking and enjoy it while you have a steady position.
Thank you, Detective. We're going to move on to the next page, page 3. Could you, I'm going to zoom in on the text that's on the bottom of the page. You could read that to us.
Okay. The trail heads straight up the hill in the undergrowth and then spits you out on the edge of the cliff with a huge chop-off. You then walk along the cliff.
Okay. We'll move to page 4. And could you finish the sentence you were just reading?
Yes. Edge, watching your step carefully.
Okay. Anything else?
I made the whole paragraph for completeness. Thank you.
Detective, I think we're just going to have you go through and read
The whole thing.
each paragraph for us,
Okay.
but I'm going to let you know that I'm zooming in so that everybody can read along with you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Could you finish the first paragraph on the top of page 4?
Yes. From the first viewpoint, you can see Kaneohe, the Politanos, and even Chinaman's hat on a clear day. If you are classy as my friends, you might find this a great place to enjoy a drink and relax, and one of my favorite sunset hikes on Oahu. You now continue on in search of the puka. Keep following the trail, and another 5 or so minutes will bring you to the hole in the rock. This is why you did the Pali Puka hike. So hopefully a rainbow appears for you too. If you love pukas as much as we do, you gotta check out the Tom Tom Trail for another great puka.
Okay. We're going to move on to page 5, Detective. I'm sorry. Okay. We have page 5 up, Detective, and I'm going to zoom in on the 2 paragraphs.
Okay, so it's gonna be keep climbing Pali Puka for the sunset spot. If you continue on now, the path will lead into the trees. You can keep going, but it gets quite steep and you will need to use the rope already there. It's nothing crazy in my opinion, but some may find it a bit challenging. It is important to note, if you do go past the Puka Point for sunset, it will be dark coming down, so bring a light for safety. After 10 to 15 minutes of climbing up the rocks and trees with the ropes, you might be a bit breathless, but the view will make up for it. The mountains look just freaking amazing. Here's the best part. If you are hiking at the right time of the year, the sun will creep through the gap in the mountain range and give you.
I'm going to go on to page 6, Detective. Oh, I'm so sorry. States. We're going to put 112 back up on the screen. And we've got page 5 up there. So we're going to move to page 6 and we'll zoom in on the top paragraph, Detective. Could you finish up that paragraph?
Yes. A great photo. I went in May for this photo. Unfortunately, I was taking a time lapse and only got this photo, but I'm sure you can get some nice sun stars and rays if you have the right settings. We saw it with our own eyes, which was more than enough as a memory of the Palipuka hike.
Okay, and could you read for us what I'm zooming in on now, that last paragraph in the middle of this page?
Yes. Be safe going down and take it slow as it can be slippery and the drop looks very unforgiving. Stay safe and enjoy the Palipuka hike.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Okay. Detective Inuma, I'm going to take the exhibit down from the screen and I'm going to retrieve it from you. Thank you. I'm going to hand 112 to the clerk. And to move things along, Detective, I'm just going to hand you State's Exhibit 113, as well as, I'll just start with 113 actually. State's Exhibit 113, showing to Defense Counsel. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 113? Let us know when you're done. Okay, have you had a chance to review State's Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
What is this?
So these are documents, like artifacts, that shows that the user of this device on this computer was accessing a document under the divorce folder.
Okay. Is this an artifact or the actual document?
This is just artifacts.
Okay. And are these artifacts generated by the computer automatically?
Yes.
And are these true and accurate artifacts that you found on the laptop, item number 48, as you did the examination about access to documents involving divorce?
Yes, except for the highlighted portion.
Okay, and same thing with the highlights, they are just a search tool?
Just a search tool.
Okay, so they don't mean any words more or less important?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter 113 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. Was there more for identification as State's Exhibit 113 is received into evidence?
Okay, Detective, I'm going to publish States 113. And if you could explain to us, and this is page 1, could you explain to us the very top what the file name is?
So this is the file name of the document that was associated with this artifacts. So this was a PDF document, and then the file name was BOFA Amex e-statement. It appears it's from December 24, 2015.
Got it. And can you still get the data of when the user last accessed the document?
The user last access on December 14th, 2024 at 10:45 p.m.
Okay. And could you explain to us the file path of how to find this document on the laptop?
Yes. So the file path is from the user G Konig, and then it used the application Dropbox, and then it's under the folder of JPR divorce 2016-04 hearing supported document, and then that's the actual document.
Got it. Okay, so that's the direction you would take on the computer to find that file.
Yes. Do you want me to explain what a Dropbox is?
Could you explain what Dropbox is? Yes.
Okay, so Dropbox is a online, like a backup server, like a cloud storage. It backs up your files and folders from your computer or your phone. You can access it anywhere you want as long as you have internet connection and you have the account access. You can also do it offline. You can also work at offline, and when you connect it back to online, everything's going to sync.
Okay. We'll move on to page number 2 of the exhibit, Detective. Could you explain to us what the file name was and then go into when the file was last accessed?
The file name is PK Chase SW 2016-01 statement, and it's a PDF file.
Okay.
And it was last accessed on December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m.
Okay. And then could you go through the file path for us one more time?
Yeah, so it's under the user G Konig. It's a Dropbox JPR. It's in the sub divorce folder. 2016-04 hearing. Supported documents, and then the actual document itself.
Okay. And we're going to move on to page 3, Detective. Could you explain to us what the file name of this one is?
The file name is 2012-04-12, and it's called Ghent plaintext.pdf. So it's a PDF file. And it was last accessed on this computer on January 7, 2025 at 6:59 a.m.
Okay. And could you explain the file path for this document?
Yes. So it's the user G Konig. It's in the Dropbox under the JPR folder. Divorce 2016-04 hearing. Jesse lived extravagant life, and that's the document file was located.
So which is the last folder that this document is contained in?
It's right over here. Jesse lived extravagant life.
Okay. And we'll move on to our last piece of this exhibit, Detective. Page number 4. Could you tell us what the file name is?
The file name is PK Chase Freedom 2015-12 statement PDF, and it's a PDF file.
And when was this last accessed?
It was last accessed on February 3rd, 2025 at 8:42 a.m.
And without going through the entire file path again, was this in the supporting documents folder of that 2016 hearing in the divorce folder?
Supportive documents, correct.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down and I'll retrieve it from you, Detective. As I retrieve the exhibit from you, I'm going to approach with states 114. Showing the defense. All right, so I'm going to retrieve 113. I'm going to hand you 114. And as I hand exhibit 113 to the clerk, could you review states exhibit 114, please?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is a Word document file relating to a 2018 tax created from the user G Konig.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've testified this morning about a Word document. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Word document show an author?
Yes.
Who was the author according to the metadata?
So the author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. Does the metadata also show you who the last author is?
Yes.
Who is the last author of this document?
The last author is Gerhardt Gerhardt Konig.
Can you tell from the metadata when this document was last edited? Or modified, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it was last modified on March 12, 2019 at 3:02 p.m.
And is this, is there any attachment to the metadata page for this exhibit?
Yes,
Okay. And is the attachment a portion of the entire Word document?
yes,
Is this a true and accurate copy of, again, that portion of the Word document along with the metadata that you found on the laptop, item number 48
so
in this case?
okay, so for the Word document, it was highlighted and it was redacted.
Okay. What kind of information was redacted?
It was a social security number.
Okay. So other than the social security numbers being redacted, is the content of the Word document a true and accurate copy?
Yes,
And again, there's highlights in this part, right?
yes,
Same as always, the highlights don't mean anything.
it doesn't mean anything.
And for page 1 for the metadata, is that a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you found related to this Word document?
Yes,
Okay. At this point, the state moves exhibit 114 into evidence.
Well, can we, well, maybe, can we approach, I don't want to do a speaking objection. It's just part of the document.
Well, we are back to a sidebar. Again, the defense has called a lot of sidebars today. Just waiting for them to get done with their sidebar. They have cut off the court for now for the sound. Once they come back, they will turn it back on. Hopefully this won't be a long one. Everyone keep in mind too, this week, they did tell us court will be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the Hawaii versus Dr. Konig. They will not have court on Friday, so just keep that in mind.
Hey, Angela, maybe we should have done some kind of a counter for sidebars today, because this is like the most sidebars we have had in the in the first 5 days. I can't remember a whole lot of sidebars from day 1 through day 5, and now what was he doing? Saving them up for day 6. I wonder how annoyed the judge is getting.
Yeah, he could have been. I mean, I agree with you. We haven't seen many. But today they are really, really calling sidebars the defense is with this witness. I didn't expect this, to be very honest. Otherwise, we could have done a counter.
It's telling me they haven't really got to what I think is you know the heart, really, if you look at it this way, that you know, that this data is going to hurt them bad. Okay, there gotta be some bad stuff in it that they're afraid of. You know, and this is the most active and agitated that less cocky, I guess you would call it, that this defendant has looked. He looks a little downright scared. I don't know what your opinion is on it, but that's what my opinion is on it. He's like all over the place with papers and computer and talking with the attorneys, and he just seems more active and involved with it.
I agree. I really think that, in my opinion, that this witness, we're seeing a lot of this because I think this witness and the evidence is going to really, really hurt him. I know that, having his wife up there testifying as to what transpired that day, that's a lot of he said, she said. Oh, they're coming back in.
Document is admitted later.
Understood. So what is the mark for identification, including the full attachment as States Exhibit 114 we received this evidence?
Okay, Detective Numa will retrieve that exhibit from you, and we'll come back later with everything. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to retrieve from you 114, and I'll approach with states 115. Okay, could you take a look through states 115?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this is an artifact from the user of this device accessing appears to be a backup server via internet.
Okay, and which user are we talking about?
It's under user G Konig.
Okay. And is this artifacts that are generated automatically by the computer with user activity on the computer?
Yes.
Okay. When you were looking, or when you were executing your search warrant on this device, did you actually have access to the underlying documents that the user was accessing, as indicated by the metadata in this exhibit?
For this particular one, no.
Okay. And could you explain what you meant by a backup?
Okay, so backup. So this program is called Memeo, MEMEO. So it's an online backup server. It backups your files and folders, as I was explained to you earlier. It's like a iCloud or Google Drive, something very similar to that.
Okay.
Degree.
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata regarding the user G Konig's access to this backup that you found in this case on item 48, the laptop?
Excluding the highlight, yes.
Okay. At this point, the state moves to enter exhibit 115 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. With the mark for identification as States Exhibit 115 is received as evidence.
Okay, Detective Inuma, we're going to put states 115 on the screen. Could you explain to us what you meant by, or could you show to us in the second line what user is conducting this conducting this activity?
Yeah, so the user is G Konig, right over here.
And what date and time is the user conducting this activity?
It was accessed on January 9th, 2025 at 9:10 p.m.
Okay, and are you able to tell which computer application the user is accessing this from?
So it was accessing through the Internet Explorer, the Edge.
And could you explain to us the URL that we're looking at the top?
Yes, so this is the file path for the URL. So this is the backup server that takes you directly to the Memeo company.
Okay, and then what is after the backup server?
Yes, so after the backup server, so if you look further down, so this user access an account belonging to ARI, look into a folder called documents, and under a subfolder called divorce, and access this file named notes.docs.
Okay. And are you able to determine which user's backup data this was? Was it G. Konig's backup data?
No, it appears based on the URL, it appears to be the username for ARI. And this is a docs, docx, that's a Word document file.
Got it. All right, we'll move on to page 2, Detective. Could you explain to us what this page of the exhibit shows?
Okay, so this one is similar to the last one. So this was access to the Internet Explorer, the Edge. This was accessed on January 9, 2025 at 9:14 p.m. And then it's the same. So the user is G. Konig, and they access the Mimeo server, backup server, and access an account belonging to a person or username ARI, went into the download folder, and then access the complaint for absolute divorce document. So Word document.
Can you tell from the URL when the backup date was? So when these files were actually uploaded?
So there's dates on there, but I wouldn't know for sure unless I reach out to the company to verify what these dates particular means.
Okay. And our last page of this exhibit, could you explain what we're seeing on this one?
Yeah, so this one, it was also used by the Internet Explorer under the Edge. This was accessed on January 9, 2025 at 9:15 p.m. And then the user, G. Konig, went access the Mimeo backup server, accessing the user account for ARI, went into the download folder, and then viewed the Rosen divorce PDF file.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down, Detective, and I will retrieve the exhibit from you as I bring up to you State's Exhibit 116, showing to defense. So we'll come back for this one then.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead to State's Exhibit 117, Detective. I'm sorry, 118, as 117 is already in evidence. I apologize, Detective. Now I have 118. I will show his defense and bring it to you.
Thank you.
I'm retrieving 115. Okay, Detective Inuma, could you take a look through State's Exhibit 118 and let us know when you're done? Okay, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this is an email file that was sent to an individual under the username G. Konig.
Okay, who was the, you said this is an email file. Are there any attachments to it?
Yes.
Okay, and are those attachments included in the exhibit?
Yes.
Who was the email address sending the email?
So the email address Sorry, you mean the user of the email sending to the recipient?
Which email address is this from?
Okay. Yeah, this email address is from gkonig@proinbox.com.
Okay, and is that the same email you've referenced a couple of times before already this morning?
Yes.
All right, and who was the email sent to?
It's sent to, the email address is bryant.bunting@gmail.com.
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata attached to the email along with the email attachments?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually have access to any content in the email or just the attachments?
So inside the content, there was nothing inside the content, but then there was attachment part
Okay,
of the.
so there was no like email message. It was just a bunch of attachments.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, the state will move to admit the state's exhibit 118.
Mr. Otake, no objection. You move the mark for identification as State's Exhibit 118 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective Unuma, I'm going to publish the exhibit. All right. I'm going to zoom in on the top of the page. Okay, so you've already told us who the email was to and from. Could you tell us the date and time of the email?
Yes, the date and time is December 4, 2024 at 3:33 p.m.
And what was the subject line of the email?
The subject line was stuff.
Okay. And you already told us that there was no content to the email messages, but I'm going to zoom in on this portion that says attachment names. What are the attachments to this email?
So there were 3 attachments to this email. The first one was called screen time and deleted messages.docs. The second attachment was called some saved chats with pictures.docs. And the third one was chat.txt file.
Okay. All right. And Detective, we're going to go through. Do you recognize there's 3 attachments to this email, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I go through the attachment, can you tell us which attachment is in order?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go to page 2 of this. Which attachment are we looking at here?
So this is the first one. This is under the screen time and deleted messages.
Okay. Detective, I'm going to zoom in on the text here. What does that say?
So it says 7 hour on screen in 10 days. So about an hour per day messaging on workday. Messages in thread do not support this. Vast majority are deleted. 5+ hours in background. Phone calls, ?
Okay, I'm going to take that down. Okay, Detective, we're going to move on to the next page. Okay, and we're on page, I believe, 4 now. Could you tell us the title at the top of this page?
The title is called Deleted Messages from Sunday or Sun 12-1, parenthesis, all deleted.
Okay, we're going to keep moving forward, Detective. And now we're on page 6, I believe. Are we still in that first attachment, the one you mentioned earlier?
Yes, still under the first attachment.
Okay. Let me take it down for just a second, Detective. And I'm going to put it back up. So I put page 6 back up. Putting out page 7. Could you let us know when we get to the next document that's been attached to this email?
Yes. And that concludes the first attachment files.
Okay. What's the name of the second attachment?
The second one is called Some Saved Chats with pictures.docs.
Okay. And we're at page 11 now. Is this the first page of that document?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to scroll through, Detective. All right. And now
And-
we're on page 23.
Yes.
Is this still the same document?
So this is the third document.
Chat.txt.
Yes.
What is a TXT file?
So TXT is a type of format. It's text-based. So in this purpose, we have to convert it to a PDF so you can display it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take the exhibit down. I'm going to retrieve exhibit 118 from you. And I'm going to approach with states exhibits. Let's skip ahead a little bit. We're going to approach with states exhibit 1, 2, 4. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 2. Here's states exhibit 1, 2, 2. I'm retrieving states 118. Could you take a look at states 1, 2, 2, Detective?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is a Excel file that was found on the computer.
Okay. You say it's an Excel file. Is there also an attached metadata?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell who the author of the file was?
Yes. The author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. And is the entire sorry. And when was this file last, or what's the file name that we're talking about here?
The file name is underscore chat, parenthesis work phone, parenthesis dot XLSX
Okay.
file.
Is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata along with the XLS or the file that was attached to this?
Yes, minus the highlighted portion. And then this was converted from an Excel file to a PDF.
I see. Okay. At this point, the state will move to introduce states 1, 2, 2 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. Those remarks for identification of states exhibit 1, 2, 2 is received.
Okay, Detective Unuma, I'm going to put the metadata page for states 1, 2, 2 on the screen. I apologize, the screen is now single pages, but only looking at. I apologize. All right, I'm going to put states 1, 2, 2 on the screen at page 1. Okay. Can you tell us when this file, this chat work phone file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on January 3rd, 2025 at 2:01 p.m.
And could you explain to us the file path to find this document?
Okay, so this one is under the user Pony. It's in the Dropbox application. In the active projects, under the folder, new folder, and that's where you find the Excel file.
And could you tell us, or does the metadata tell you when this file was created?
Yes,
Okay, and when was that?
it was created on December 24, 2024 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay. And going through the rest of the document, is it, what does it contain?
So it contained a chat messages between Jeff Miller and Ariel Konig.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move us along to States Exhibit 133 now, Detective. I'm going to approach you with that exhibit, and it's shown to defense.
3, 3, huh?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry, 2, 3.
Okay, and I'm going to approach with States 1, 2, 3, Detective. Could you take a look at that, please? Yes.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So this is a text file that was located on the user device Konig.
Okay, and what was the name of the file?
The file name was _chat parenthesis pers phone parenthesis .txt file.
Okay, and Detective Inuma, I know we just did states 122, which was chat work phone.
Mhm.
What is contained in chat purse phone?
So it also contains text messages between Jeff Miller and Ariel Konig.
All right, and for the exhibit that you have up there with you, states 123, is there both the metadata attached to the user activity with regards to this file as well as the file?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you saw on the software along with the file?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibit 123 into evidence.
Mr. Otake, no objection. There's a mark for identification as states exhibit 123 is admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'm going to publish. And Detective Inuma, we're not going to go through the entire chat this time either, but can you go through when this was created, the file path, and then when it was last accessed?
Yes. Okay. So it was created on December 8, 2024 at 3:18 p.m. And then this is the file path to retrieve the document. So this is the user Konig, goes in the Dropbox application under the folder active projects subfolder, and then this is where we're able to recover the document.
Okay. And when was the document last accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on January 7th, 2025 at 9:06 a.m.
Okay. And then again, you said that the attached file is the messages.
Yes.
Okay. We'll keep moving, Detective. I'm going to retrieve exhibit 123 from you, and I'm going to approach with exhibit 124. I'm going to hand exhibit 123 to the clerk. Okay, Detective, could you look through state's exhibit 124 for us, please? Okay, have you had a chance to look through the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And what have I just handed you?
So these are documents found under the same device under the username Konig, and it contains documents relating to wedding.
To a wedding?
Yes, to a wedding.
Okay. And is this exhibit both metadata as well as attachments?
Yes.
Does every metadata have an attachment?
Yes.
Okay. Are the exhibits true and accurate copies of the metadata along with the attachments?
Yes.
And again, any highlighting doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah, the highlighted doesn't mean anything. Just usually for search purpose.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter state's exhibit 124.
Mr. Otake, no objection. Where the mark for identification as states exhibit 124 is received into evidence.
Okay. I'm going to publish the first page of states 124. Detective Inuma, could you tell us the title of this document that's we have the metadata here for on the first page?
Yes, the title is called the W, and I think it's a 0223 parenthesis GK parenthesis, and then it's an Excel file.
Okay. And could you tell us who the author of the document is?
So the author is, it's right over here. Worth and AI, or right over here.
Okay. Could you tell us who the last author is?
The last author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay. And could you tell us the last modified date?
The last modified date It's right over here. February 23rd, 2018 at 6:18 a.m.
Okay, and then could you tell us when, I'm sorry, I'm going to have you keep pointing, when this Excel spreadsheet was last viewed by the user on this laptop?
Yes, so it was last accessed on December 30, 2024 at 7:29 p.m.
Okay. And with regards to this spreadsheet, what's in the spreadsheet?
So in the spreadsheet, it's like an Excel spreadsheet. So it has multiple tabs. It talks about who's going to be the guest list, what type of floor, the venue, everything you see on wedding planning.
Okay. I'm going to move forward, detective, to page number 11. All right. Detective, could you tell us what the document in this is?
So the document name is the W0225 parenthesis GK parenthesis, and it's a Excel file.
Okay. Is this the same Excel file as the one that we just talked about?
It's not the exact same, but it's very similar.
Okay. When was this file last accessed?
It was last accessed on January 22, 2025 at 6:25 a.m.
Okay. And the actual attached file is not attached to this exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we just have the metadata for this file.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page number 12. What is the file name here?
The file name is Worthington Konig Waiting Room Block 9 period 14 period 18, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. And when was this file last accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on January 22, 2025 at 3:04 p.m.
Okay. And is this file attached to the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to page 13. And we go to page 14 and publish page 15, publish page 16, and 17. So what does this file appear to be?
Appears to be like a contract for the wedding.
Is it for booking venue?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to page, I'm sorry, we still have a little bit more, 18 of the exhibit. All right, now we're at page 19 of State's Exhibit 124. What file are we talking about here?
So this is an Excel file. The file name is the W0201 parenthesis GK parenthesis.
Okay, and could you tell us when this file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on February 24, 2025 at 6:16 a.m.
Okay. And is the actual spreadsheet attached to this exhibit?
No.
Okay, is this the same spreadsheet that we were talking about earlier with the other similar numbers?
Yeah, so when I was looking at everyone, it appears to be very similar. Just certain numbers were different.
Okay. Publishing page number 20. All right, and sorry, I'm going to just keep us moving as much as we can, detective. I'm going to go to 21. Essentially, are all of these pages of this exhibit related to a wedding?
Yes.
And the wedding between Gerhardt Konig and Ariel Konig, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll pause this exhibit for now, and we'll move on to the next one, detective. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 125.
Yeah.
State's 125.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to approach with State's 125 and retrieve 124. Okay, could you briefly go through that exhibit and take a look?
Yes,
Do you recognize the exhibit I presented you?
yes.
Okay, and what is this?
So this contains documents relating to the user or the couple's financial history, investment account, life insurance, and any kind of benefits.
All right, and do you in this exhibit have both the metadata along with the attached files?
Yes,
And is this exhibit a true and accurate copy of the metadata along with attached files that you viewed on item number 48, the laptop you examined in this case?
yes.
At this point, the state moves exhibit 125 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. With the mark for identification as State Exhibit 125, you proceed.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to try and move us forward a little bit in this. So we're going to just do a couple pages from this exhibit. So we're going to start with page 1. Could you tell us what the file name is here?
So the file name is Westinghouse 2022. It's on January 31st, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. Can you tell us when this file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on December 15th, 2024 at 8:72 a.m.
Okay. And could you tell us the file path to get there?
Yes, so the file path is under the username G. Konig in the Dropbox application, under the folder The Big Love Party and Other Super Fun Stuff, under the subfolder of taxes 2022 taxes, and this is the document AdaKay pay stub. Sorry, this is the folder and this is the actual document.
So the actual document is Westinghouse 2022-1-31.
Yes,
And the folder that document is in is called AdaKay pay stubs.
yes,
All right. We're going to go to page 2 of the exhibit. Is this the actual document that that page is referring to?
yes,
Okay. And is this a pay stub?
yes.
Right. Who is this pay stub for?
The pay stubs for Ariel Konig.
All right.
Yeah,
We're
it
going to
has
do
it right over
page 3. And then we're going to skip around a little bit, Detective. So page 3, what document is being accessed here?
So the document file name is Westinghouse 2022 November 30. It's a PDF file.
Okay. And when was this file accessed by the user?
It was last accessed on December 21st, 2024 at 2:49 p.m.
Okay. And we're going to go to the file, Detective. Who is this, or what does this file show?
So this appears to be some kind of investment file for Ariel Konig.
Okay. We're going to skip ahead a couple pages, Detective. To page. We're going to skip ahead to page 11, if we could. I'll put it up on the screen for you. Okay, Detective,
Okay.
what is the file name that we're looking at here?
So the file name is Westinghouse 2022. It's March 31st PDF file.
And what date is the user last accessing this file?
It was last accessed on December 31st, 2024 at 8:38 p.m.
Okay, Detective, are there any other activities that we've talked about so far that occurred on December 31st, 2024 at just around that time?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So under the user G. Konig, the pay stub for Ariel Konig was viewed, and also too a divorce file was viewed too.
Okay, I'm going to put them both up on the screen together. So we'll keep States Exhibit 125 on the screen right there, Detective. And we're going to put states 113 on the right side of the screen. And on states 113, we're going to scroll ahead to page 2. All right. Is these the two activities that are happening at the same time or a similar time, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left side, we have states 125. And what is the file for that one again?
The one on the left is Westinghouse 2022. It's on March 31st PDF file.
Okay. And on the right side, what file is that again?
So the file name is PK Chase SW 2016-01 statement PDF, and it's a PDF file.
Okay. And got it. All right. I'm going to take both photos down. All right. And I'm going to go back to exhibit 125, Detective.
Sorry, what the number?
We're going back to 125.
125. Okay, thank you.
All right, and almost done with this exhibit, Detective. Okay, I'm going to publish page number 24 of this exhibit. Detective, what is the file name we're looking at on page 24?
The file name is 2018-04 Wealth Front Statement. It's a PDF file.
Okay. Is the PDF file attached to this exhibit?
Yes.
When did the user of this, when did the user G. Konig on this laptop last access this file?
It was last accessed on March 14th, 2025 at 3:46 p.m.
Okay. We're going to go to page 25. What is this file, or what does this file appear to be?
Appears to be like a personal account for the user or the person on Ariel Worthington.
This is an account statement for Ariel Worthington?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then last pages for this exhibit, Detective, page number 36. I'm sorry, most of that. Okay, I'm going to retrieve that exhibit from you, Detective. And we have got time for one more before lunch. We got states 1, 2, 6 showing to defense counsel. May I approach?
Yes. Heading 1 through 6.
Can you take a look through that, Detective?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
So this is a PDF file containing information about retirement.
Okay. And is this exhibit both the metadata as well as portions of the attached file?
Yes.
Okay. And all right, is this a true and accurate copy of the metadata as well as the portions of the file that you found on the laptop during your examination in this case?
Yes, and I think one part was the highlighted, but you just got to remove the highlight.
Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter 126 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. Furthermore, for identification, states that 126 is received.
Okay. And we'll hold off on publishing for now. And Detective Inuma, our last one will be our last one for now will be states 127. So I'm going to approach with 127. I'm going to hand 126 to the court. Okay, Detective, you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this was a PDF file that was found on the user G Konig under the Dropbox. This is basically the intake form for a marriage counselor and family therapy service.
And when is the date on this document?
The date on this document is January 29, 2025.
Is this exhibit just the document or is it document and the metadata?
So for this one, it's just a document.
And where did you find this document on the computer?
So that was the one I mentioned earlier. So it was under the username G Konig under the Dropbox.
Okay. Does the document itself indicate who prepared the document?
So at the last, let me go check. Yeah, so on the last page, it's electronically typed as Gerhardt Konig.
Okay.
It was dated on January 29, 2025.
Okay. Are there any redactions from this document?
There's one redaction.
And what is that?
It's the last four of the social security number.
Okay. Other than that, redactions, is this document a true and accurate copy of the document that you found on the laptop pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, we'll move States Exhibit 127 into evidence.
Okay. 1 second, Mr. Garner. Yes. So just to be clear. Sorry. There's, okay, you don't need to bring it up, but as long as it's okay. No objection.
What has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 127?
Okay. And
So Garner, this is a good time for a break.
this is a great time for a break.
So ladies and gentlemen, another long stretch. Take our lunch break. Leave your notebooks on your chair. Same for rules. You don't have to know about this case. Keep an open mind. We're not trying to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Have you come back at 1:30? Slightly longer lunch. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:30. All right.
All right. They are headed to lunch. While they're at lunch, we're going to keep the trial coverage going for Georgia versus Suzanne Miracle. And we are still replaying day 5. Here we go.
will see the survivors of those relationships sometimes behave erratically. So sometimes make efforts to really hang on to this person, sometimes get angry to sort of test the waters, or sometimes to get attention. But we don't see a consistent pattern of behavior all the time. So someone who is in a relationship where there is abuse and then finds out that that person is cheating might actually confront that person, because that's a socially acceptable thing to do. That is not a person who is in the relationship. That's something where the survivor might not blame herself. She might think that that's something that the perpetrator is doing all on their own.
Did you see evidence in your review of the text messages, the voluminous text messages, of coercion and control?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what evidence you saw and that you noted?
So in the early stages of the relationship, I mean, I think I also want to point out that abusive relationships don't usually start out abusive. They start out with charm, with love, with lust, that there's usually the excitement at the beginning of the relationship. And slowly but surely, the perpetrator is taking more and more steps to control this person. And what I saw early on in the text messages as the relationship was in its maybe third or fourth month is a lot more argument about finances. Mr. Barron was wanting Miss Miracle to sell her practice, and she was feeling very on the fence about it. She talks a lot about how she's always been independent. She's always worked. She's always made her own money. And it seemed like there was a lot of pressure for her to sell that practice, to have more money kind of in the pot. And that's something that she talked about in her interviews too, is that one of the things that she and Mr. Barron fought about frequently was money, that him wanting her to use her money in ways that she didn't feel comfortable with. Is
Getting into a large mortgage with someone part of, or can it be part of, a tactic of coercion and control?
Absolutely.
Can other, you've already talked about emotional abuse that would just be sort of like insults and things like that.
Calling bad names, degrading, yeah.
What about flirting with somebody in front of the other partner openly?
Yes, to make the partner feel less than.
Is it consistent or inconsistent with coercion and control and intimate partner violence for, at the beginning, the perpetrator is very, very kind, very, very nice, seems to be a Prince Charming. The relationship moves very, very fast.
That is completely consistent. Again, these relationships don't usually start out bad. They usually start out exciting.
Talk to me about how it is that it can change, and what it is that starts to change things in a typical coercion and control, intimate partner violence situation.
Well, it typically doesn't start with physical violence. It starts with more of the degradation, name calling, pulling the person away from their network. So more isolation, more situations to create a sense of dependency so that the survivor is dependent on the perpetrator.
Can you walk us through the prior, I guess, the violence that was reported to you and that you laid out in your report with respect to Mr. Barron and Miss Miracle?
Yes. So in terms of when the physical violence started, Miss Miracle reports it was maybe around September or October of 2024. In terms of collateral data to support that, there are some text messages that match up with Miss Miracle's report, but it isn't like we have text messages, and I wouldn't expect to see text messages where it's like, oh my God, you hit me.
And let me stop you and ask you about that.
Sure.
Is it common that in a violent relationship that They don't openly communicate about the violence in text messages. Is that a common thing?
That's the most common, yes, that they,
That's more common than actually, hey, I beat you up, you beat me up, you hurt me.
that's correct.
Okay. And did you find in the 4,000 pages or so, any, open statements by either of the parties, you hurt me, you did this to me, anything really express?
Yes, and that was much later in the relationship, so
Jump ahead, sorry.
yeah,
Go back.
so that was much later. Ms. Miracle suggested that the violence really escalated around late December of 2024. That was the time at which she inadvertently found out about the other woman.
That was late December.
Late December 2024.
28, 24 sound right?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And that was the first fight, per her report, that was the first fight that involved weapons, where guns were brandished.
Okay. And to be super, super clear, the earlier September thing was not weapons, but it involved
Some sort of violence. Miss Miracle is reporting hair pulling, calling her a whore, slamming her against a wall.
well, check and I want to make sure we get this right. The earlier September, October violence was physical violence
Sexual violence.
and sexual violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we go forward to, I think you said December.
Correct.
Tell us about that one.
Correct. So Ms. Miracle reports at that time that there was an escalation, and there was really an escalation around the fact that there was this other woman to whom Mr. Barron was sending money. And that was the first time that the fighting escalated to where he brandished a gun.
And is this the one where she's in the closet and makes a phone call to, I think, Mr. Barron's son?
To Mr. Barron's son. That's correct.
Now, what was the next one as far as you have in your notes?
So the next time there was any incident of what I would consider violent behavior was in January of 2025. And that was an incident, again, where there was an escalation in fighting around this other woman, and Mr. Barron chucks Ms. Miracle's purse out the window, which is an act of aggression, in my opinion.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence, that behavior of throwing a cherished personal item away or throwing it out the window?
That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
And first of all, was that incident also confirmed and by collateral material in the text?
Yes, that one was confirmed by text messages in which Miss Miracle tells Mr. Barron, hey, my phone was in there, my hearing aid charger was in there, my ID was in there, my money was in there, and he had just thrown it out the window.
Okay, and then moving on from there?
Moving on from there, the next incident was an incident in early February when Mr. Barron reportedly came to visit Miss Miracle on St. Simon's Island so they could talk things out about this other woman.
And is this the incident that involved the police?
Correct.
Okay. Did you watch the body cameras from the St. Simon's incident where the police appeared?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything on the body cameras that is the hallmark or very consistent with intimate partner violence?
Yes. The thing that was readily apparent to me on the body camera footage was when Miss Miracle is shown stepping outside of the apartment, the door is closed, she's talking to police, and the police officer asks her something to the effect of, did he hurt you? And what Miss Miracle does is, without saying a word, she takes the police officer's hand and she places it on the back of her head. So she's trying to tell the police officer without telling the police officer, hey, something's going on here.
In other words, verbally she's saying nothing, but she's demonstrating it.
Correct.
And is that something that is consistent with intimate partner violence?
It absolutely is, and especially because Mr. Barron was essentially right there.
Moving on to the beyond that St. Simon's incident, what was the next incident What was the next incident that was reported to you?
So the next incident that was reported to me was in mid-January, shortly after Valentine's Day, mid-January of 2025.
Mid-February.
February, I'm so sorry, February of 2025, where Miss Miracle and Mr. Barron reportedly got into a fight, some combination of money. She reported to me that there was a fight around money and how she was going to use money from selling her practice. And also, again, this third woman, or this other woman, second woman, was also involved. And that was another big fight in which there was a gun. Miss Miracle reported that Mr. Barron was tapping her foot with a gun, that he beat her up, that he was hitting her around her chest. She said she looked like an MMA fighter, but all of the bruising she reports was around her torso.
Meaning not on a visible part of her body.
Correct.
Tell me if that is consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for a perpetrator to select a portion of the victim's body that is not openly viewable by other folks.
That's correct. That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
Did Miss Miracle relate to you the incident from the March 7th? Obviously, the matter in which she's charged as well.
Yes.
Okay. Did she relate to you a suicide attempt after the unfortunate death of Mr. Barron?
Yes. She said she thought about taking her own life.
You said before that persons who are having a trauma response are going to have some sort of, maybe this is related to the intimate partner violence, but the sort of the shame or the guilt or the self-blame.
Yes.
Okay. Is that related to a PTSD? Is that a PTSD response? Is it an intimate partner violence response, or is it both?
It's both. It's both. It is part of what keeps a survivor of intimate partner violence in the abusive relationship, is that they think they're at fault. And in Miss Miracle's case, she was reporting over and over again in her interviews with me that she just felt like she wasn't doing enough. She wasn't doing enough to make him love her. And why didn't he love her? And if she had just tried harder, if she had just done things differently, I mean, she really weathered the blame for their relationship not going well. And that is largely why she stayed in it.
But it seems like she would be stating in the texts, something about his violence. Doesn't that? Why are the texts all about Lilia Bocan, right? Why are they all about this and trying to get his attention? Like, why would you want the attention of someone who's violent with you?
It goes back to the power dynamic. I mean, in terms of the text with Lilia, that was just an easier way to fight with him. I guess I would say that it is easier to fight about a third party than it is that, hey, this traumatic thing is actually happening to me. Because again, like we talked about, someone who has experienced trauma doesn't want to talk about it and won't typically bring it up to their abuser that's happening. So this felt like a safer thing. It's also, quite frankly, a perfectly reasonable thing to be angry about if you're in a committed relationship.
Meaning that, look, you bought a $1.59 million house with a man and he didn't have the mortgage 1 month, and all of a sudden you find out he's giving money to somebody else. You're saying that's not necessarily unreasonable to be upset about that.
Correct.
Would someone who is wanting this attention, more of the attention from the abuser, would they be willing to sort of make up stuff and tell that person anything for more attention?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm hurt, or I'm going to the doctor, or I've got a medical condition that I may not have.
Absolutely. And we see this a lot in intimate partner violent relationships, and also with parent and children relationships where the parent is abusive or neglectful, that the survivor, the victim of the abuse, often comes to believe, well, any attention is better than no attention at all. And so they sometimes act in ways that are not in their own best interest to solicit that attention.
Talk to me about if someone has been the victim of sexual violence. Okay, have you worked with sexual violence survivors?
Yes.
And have you worked with them in the context of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And also in PTSD?
Yes.
Okay. If someone has had a act of sexual violence visited upon them, what are the potential responses that they might have after that event with respect to sex?
So it usually goes one of two ways. Either the victim of intimate partner violence will avoid sex altogether, go to great lengths to avoid sex, or alternatively, become very solicitous of sex. And that really comes down to that women who have been sexually assaulted or men who have been sexually assaulted come to believe that their sexuality is what makes them worthwhile. That's what makes them lovable. And so they really lean into that, even in ways that are not in their best interest.
Did you find evidence of that in the communications with Miss Miracle and this other individual, Mr. English?
Yes, with Miss Miracle and with Mr. English, and also with Miss Miracle and Mr. Barron.
Would it be inconsistent for someone who has been a victim of sexual violence to have consensual sex with the person who has previously perpetrated an act of sexual violence?
That would be perfectly, I would expect that, even in a relationship that's abusive.
Would it be inconsistent with someone who's been a victim of sexual violence to want to sext or talk on the phone in a sexual way with the perpetrator of the prior sexual violence?
So someone who is the victim may be solicitous of that. Again, believing that that's where their worth lies, is in that solicitation of sex.
I wanted to talk to you now about the DUI arrest. Okay.
Yes.
And specifically, talk to you about defendants and state's exhibit. Did you examine the notes that Miss Miracle has? The note that Miss Miracle has about what occurred on the DUI arrest night?
Yes, it was a note from her phone.
Yes. Is that note consistent with intimate partner violence, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it is consistent with intimate partner violence because the note appears as if she is rehearsing a version of events in which the perpetrator is not at all involved.
In other words, do victims of violence, whether it be sexual or whatever, do they try to create a script that they will stick to in order to not mention or not expose the perpetrator?
That's correct.
Did you examine text messages related to the St. Simon's incident between Miss Barron, Mr. Barron, and Miss Miracle?
I did.
Did you find evidence of a rehearsal in those messages as well?
Yes, I did.
And is that rehearsal, again, consistent with intimate partner violence and behavior by victims?
It is. The way that Miss Miracle is rehearsing in those text messages is repeatedly saying, I fell and hit my head, you did nothing wrong. And there's a repetition of that.
I want to talk to you now about the symptoms that we might expect someone who is suffering an acute stress response to exhibit.
Sure.
Okay. If someone has experienced an incredibly traumatic event and they're having an acute stress response, what physical manifestations would we expect to find?
So in an acute stress response, what we think about is what happens when we get scared. When we get scared physically, our heart starts racing faster. We start breathing much more rapidly. We start sweating, shaking. Sometimes we get a nervous stomach, and sometimes we get so sick that we want to throw up. But think about, so this isn't just being scared. This is way the next level. This is traumatized. So it's all those symptoms that we've all experienced when we've been scared times a million.
So in other words, if I'm scared, I might normally be a little bit jumpy or a little shaky, but this is going to be well elevated beyond that.
Extreme, yes.
Is a person who's experiencing an acute stress response, might their hand shake?
Yes.
Are they going to be capable of, would you say, taking a very good aim at a target with a pistol?
I can't imagine they would be.
Now talk to me about specifically post-traumatic stress disorder, okay? If someone is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, how if at all, does it affect their threat perception?
So when someone is in any elevated state of stress, including being diagnosed with PTSD, in their minds, they're in a constant state of threat.
And if they're, in other words, if someone is not immediately charging down on them with a weapon, right? Normal folks would be frightened in that instance, I would assume, correct?
Yes.
If someone is not having that immediate threat, but they have a stress disorder, what might they perceive about the imminence of a threat that's different from a normal folk?
So if someone has been previously threatened with a weapon and then aren't currently being threatened with the weapon, that doesn't mean that they still don't believe that they're being threatened. The threat still feels incredibly imminent.
Okay. Meaning if someone was to assault someone else with a firearm and then retreat behind a door, the person who's outside might still be feeling that that is an imminent threat, even though it may not be in that very moment.
That's absolutely correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Judge, have you heard? Dr. Elkman,
Yes.
how much were you paid by Fence? How much were you paid to be retained by Fence?
I charge $400 an hour.
And so, what's that total? Up until you had to come into court to testify, what was that total?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't have the total right in front of me. I apologize.
So $400 an hour. So that's 9 hours of interviewing the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So 400 per hour of that, correct?
Yes.
Because I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna get a calculator. So 400 times 9. So that's $3,600 just for your interviews with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And then besides interviewing with the defendant, you spoke with Dana Gardner for about an hour, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 4,000. You interviewed Leslie, who's also her sister, correct?
That's correct.
So that was an hour and 25 minutes. How do we do that billing?
Sorry?
Is it like $400 plus like the, is it like, if you do an hour and 25 minutes, what would you bill for that?
Whatever a quarter of 400 is. So 100.
So we'll do $500 for that. As far as so the body cam, that was 3 hours it took you to review, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be another $1,200. So now we're at $5,700. How long did it take you to review the indictment and the incident report?
Probably about an hour.
So another 400. How about, do you remember how much you billed to review like the other evidence in the case that you were given, about how long that took you to review?
Another 4 hours.
So $7,700 is the math. Is there anything else that, like, how about the psychological testing? Is that all included in the 9 hours that you met with the defendant?
That's correct.
Is there anything else I'm missing prior to like showing up today? Like, did you have to review notes or anything like that you billed for?
So the other piece of it, and this is where it gets a little complicated, is that when I am retained by the defense, I say, I'll go take a look. I can't guarantee you're going to like what I have to say. So after that initial stage that you just mentioned, the next thing I do is I come back to the defense and say, here's what I found. I'm going to go ahead and write this report.
Okay. So I would imagine it probably took you a little bit to write your report for this case, correct?
That's correct.
So about how long do you think that you probably billed for writing the report?
8 hours.
So now we're at $10,900. How about talking with Mr. Willis? Did you bill for your time to speak with the defense attorney about your findings?
Yes.
How many hours did you spend doing that?
About 4 total.
So now we're at $12,500. Am I missing anything else?
I don't think so.
So now we're talking, so that's about $12,500 prior to your testimony.
Yes.
So do you start billing for your testimony from the time you get like driving to the courthouse, waiting to testify, and then also testifying?
That's correct.
So what are we at as of where we sit right now? It's 5:24. How many hours are you going to bill for today so far?
Starting at 10:30 this morning.
Oh, goodness. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. About 7 hours?
That's correct.
Okay, so another 7 hours. So now we're at $15,300.
Okay.
And counting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe Mr. Willis is hoping I talk fast so the clock stops at some point soon. So I want to talk to you about some of the things that you reviewed aside from your interviews with, I'm sorry, I have another quick question. Talking about all the hours you spent on this case, I actually also called you to try and speak with you about your report, correct?
Yes.
And you would not speak with me, correct?
That's correct.
And you basically told me that you were hired by defense and so you weren't going to speak with me about your report, correct?
My concern about the questions that you were asking me is that I felt that you were starting to ask me questions to try and get me to give you testimony over the phone. Now, it's very clear from my report and the report that you had, it's very clear that my opinion is consistent with what the defense is asserting. And so I didn't think it was appropriate to give you testimony when I know that the prosecution is adverse to anything I have to say. So I didn't want any behind the closed doors gotchas. I wanted any testimony that you asked me to be asked in front of the jury in open court.
And I simply just said I wanted to talk to you about your report, and your response to me was, I'm not going to talk to you about my report, correct?
That is not what I said. I only started to say that when you were asking me questions about what do I do when I assess for malingering. That is the point at which I said I'm not comfortable answering any substantive questions about my testimony.
And so a question as far as what do you do to assess for malingering is a gotcha moment?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know what your agenda is.
And I actually told you what my agenda was, right? I told you I just wanted to understand your report and get to the truth. I actually told you that, correct?
Correct.
And your response to me was, if you have questions about my report, you can ask me in court when I testify, correct?
Correct. And that you could read my report.
Oh, yes, of course. I just can't ask you about your report, correct?
Correct.
And then I asked you if you spoke with Mr. Willis, and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that was basically that that was because you were retained by Mr. Willis, so that's why you spoke with him.
Correct. I have a contract.
And then I asked you, so Mr. Willis paid you, so you'll speak with him, but because I didn't pay you, you won't speak with me. And your response was verbatim, they paid me for my opinion, correct?
Correct. And I misspoke because the reality of that is that I was not paid for my opinion. I'm paid for my time.
But that's not what you told me over the phone, correct?
That's correct, but it was a complete misspeak.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your opinion that they paid you for. In your report, you list out the things that you reviewed aside from speaking with the defendant as part of the case file. I know we talked about some of them. For example, you read the police reports.
That's correct.
Do you know if you were given the entirety of the Hall County police report?
What I have is about 50 pages.
So if there's a report that has more pages, you wouldn't have that?
Correct.
And then you also indicated that you watched 3 hours of body cam, right?
That's correct.
And in your report, and I genuinely don't know the answer to this, you said that you reviewed video footage and written transcript of interview, and that only took you 1 hour, correct?
That it seemed like it was an hour of footage.
Did you watch the entirety of the 3 hour interview with the defendant and investigator Mefford?
I did not think it was 3 hours. I thought it was 1.
So when you hit start on the interview and the interview runs for 3 hours, at what point did you just stop watching the interview?
Well, I watched it. I don't know if I looked at the timestamps incorrectly. I also read the entirety of the transcript, so I don't think I missed anything.
So did you, because I was genuinely confused about that because the interview was 3 hours long. So did you sit down and watch from start to finish the interview that the defendant had with investigator Mefford?
I thought I had, because I thought it started when Miss Miracle walks into the room and concludes with him saying she didn't make it. Or he didn't make it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that interview was about 3 hours long. And you think that it only took you an hour to watch?
I suppose I misread the timestamps.
Okay. And then you also reviewed Hall County Jail medical and mental health records, right?
That's correct.
And text messages between the 4,000 pages of text messages between the defendant and the victim, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever, and I know you interviewed the defendant's 2 sisters, did you ever interview anybody else who knew the defendant?
No.
Did you ever interview anyone from Mr. Barron's family?
No.
I actually want to ask you this. I know that part of your qualification, you talked a lot about conducting forensic examinations, like for people who are claiming not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm very familiar with those evaluations. And so one of the things that I know is very important in those evaluations is basically when you're trying to determine whether or not someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, it's important to look at the objective facts about the case, not just what that individual is self-reporting to you, correct?
That's correct.
Because, of course, that individual, not talking about lying about symptoms, but lying about like stories that they experienced could potentially lie, correct?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so I'm not, when I say lying, I don't mean lying about symptoms that they're having. I mean lying about, like, if they said I walked my dog yesterday, like they could lie about that, correct?
So in those kinds of cases, we're looking at mental state at the time of the offense. Mm-hmm. So the collateral data that we're looking at is anything that would be going on at that exact time.
Sure. And that's why like the objective facts are so important to figure out what was going on at that exact time, just because anybody can say, at that time I saw a ghost walking across the street who told me to kill this person. They can say that, but then you want to look at the objective facts to see what makes sense with what they're saying, correct?
Correct.
And that it's important not to just rely on self-report. You want to also be looking at like the objective evidence, the objective facts that can't be lied about.
Correct.
Essentially. So in this case, did you call Investigator Mefford and speak with him to get an understanding about this case?
No.
Did you call Sergeant Cameron Durham to get a better understanding about the crime scene in this case?
No.
Did you get medical records pertaining to Miss Miracle to validate any of the things she was telling you about her medical past?
Whatever was available, I had.
So, for example, like Miss Miracle talked about surgeries and different hospitalizations she had had. Did you pull any of those medical records to confirm that those things did in fact happen?
No, but her sisters corroborated that those things occurred.
Her two sisters did?
Correct.
What about, Miss Miracle told you that she had seen a bunch of different therapists in her past.
Yes.
Correct. She even gave you like the specific name of at least one that I know of, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to any of them, get any other prior mental health records?
I tried. I couldn't track them down.
Even though she gave you the name of the actual therapist?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get any prior mental health records of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
The only mental health records you had were mental health records from the jail, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be after Miss Miracle had killed Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
So we have no mental health records from what Miss Miracle's mental health was like prior to meeting Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
To be able to compare whether or not these symptoms of PTSD potentially existed prior to even knowing Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't think that would be an important thing for you to get, would be prior mental health records to make sure that these symptoms of PTSD did not exist prior to her knowing Mr. Barron?
So the symptoms of PTSD that she reported to me were directly related to the trauma that involved Mr. Barron.
According to her, correct?
According to her, but it's the kind of thing that she couldn't have made up.
Why is that?
Because so much of what she said was spontaneous. It wasn't like I asked her specifically, are you having nightmares about this thing? I said, how's your sleep? And she spontaneously said that. And that's not something that someone would typically make up.
And she reported to you that the most severe, I forget exactly what you called it, like the most severe thing that she was having a trauma response to was the night of March 7th where he put the gun to her mouth, correct?
That's correct.
And that is entirely self-report, correct?
Yes, but she says it a lot of times, and she says it before she's even asked about it.
And she's being evaluated by you for her criminal case where she's being charged with murdering Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any photographs from the crime scene?
No.
Did you look at the defendant's phone for any other text messages between her and anybody else in her phone to corroborate some of the things that she was telling you?
There were text messages between her and Mr. English that came up.
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. So when you met with Ms. Miracle, one of the very first things you did was basically told her, our relationship is not confidential. Whatever you tell me, basically is likely or could be used in court, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went into that interview, you knew that all of these interviews that you were having with the defendant could potentially be talked about in court.
That's correct.
Did you record any of the meetings you had with the defendant?
That's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
No.
So I've had psychological evaluations before with criminal defendants who have been recorded in interviews by evaluators.
Objection to counsel testifying.
And so
Objection to counsel.
I haven't gotten to my question yet.
I still object to this, to the form of the question.
Okay. Let's hear the question.
Is your testimony that evaluators are never allowed to record an interview that they conduct with the defendant?
Well, if it's in an outpatient setting, but this was in a jail, and I don't bring my phone into a jail.
Did you ask the jail if you could record your interviews with the defendant for the purposes of court?
No.
So, Ms. Miracle told you that Mr. Barron had been drinking Jack Daniels and beer the night of March 7th, correct?
Yes.
And that she reported to you that both of them had been drinking, but no one was drinking. Both of them pretty much stopped drinking around 10:30, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you this before I forget. You mentioned that Miss Miracle told you that she had thoughts or had attempted suicide the night of March 7th.
She said she thought about it.
She thought about committing suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Can you point to me where you note that in your report?
Did I not put it in?
I don't see it. I don't want to say you didn't put it in because I could have just missed it. So if you don't mind reviewing your report and showing me where you put in your report that she thought about committing suicide.
I'm not sure that I put it in.
You don't think that would have been an important thing to note in your report that on the night where Miss Miracle killed her boyfriend that she had a thought about committing suicide?
It wasn't really significant to a PTSD diagnosis, so I must have omitted it.
You don't think it's significant that the defendant told you that on the night that she killed her boyfriend, she had thought about committing suicide?
I think it's significant. I don't think it's consistent with a diagnosis of PTSD.
Okay. Did she go into detail about how did she actually attempt to commit suicide or just that she thought about it?
Just that she thought about it.
Did she ever tell you that she actually attempted suicide?
No.
Did she tell you that she actually attempted suicide 5 different times?
No.
In your report, you note that I think it's your very first meeting with her, she told you that the very first time Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her was the night of March 7th. And then you later on in your report talk about other times where Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her. Do you remember that in your report?
It wasn't that he pointed a gun at her. That was the first time that he took a gun and pointed it in her face. That's not the first time that there was a gun involved in the argument.
Okay. So like, for example, the night where she got the DUI, the night of December 28th, when she found out about Lilia and there was a gun involved, did she explain to you how the gun was involved that night?
Just that he was brandishing it.
Well, did she say what she meant by brandishing?
Like, had it out.
Okay. But like, did she ever specifically say whether he did or didn't point it at her?
No.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the text messages. It's about 4,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Lots of pages of text messages.
Yes.
Between the two of them. So did you see in that 4,000 pages a text where Mr. Barron is calling Miss Miracle a name, a bad name?
I would need to go back through all the text messages.
If you had noted where Mr. Barron was calling the defendant a bad name, would that not have been something important to note in your report as far as abusive behavior?
Yes, it would.
And so if it's not noted in your report, is it safe to say that there likely is not any bad names being called in those 4,000 pages of notes by Mr. Barron to the defendant?
I would need to go back through all the text messages to answer this question properly.
Well, but again, you said that if there had been any evidence of name calling in those text messages, it would have been important for you to note in your report, correct?
Correct.
And is there any note in your report of Mr. Barron calling the defendant any bad names in your report?
Not by a text message.
Okay. So what about, you mentioned the evidence of physical violence in text messages. I know that one of the examples you gave was when he threw her purse out the window of the car, correct?
Correct.
And the other example I think you gave in your report, you might have also testified to it, was when Mr. Barron asks, "Is your head okay?" after the St. Simon's incident, correct?
Correct.
Can you think of any other examples of the two of them talking about physical abuse in any way in those text messages?
No.
You testified that Miss Miracle wanting to, of course, we see all the time where, people can be sexually abused by their husbands, their boyfriends, correct?
Correct.
And they can still be in a later on consensual relationship with them. That doesn't mean that they haven't been previously sexually abused by them, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about how someone who's been sexually abused by a significant other basically can show one of two things. Do you remember talking about this?
I do.
That either they basically avoid sex at all costs or over-sexualized.
Yes.
And that either one of those could be consistent with someone being sexually abused by a domestic partner, correct?
That's correct.
Someone wanting to sext their boyfriend does not mean that they were sexually abused by that individual automatically, correct?
Not automatically, but it's inconclusive, right?
Sure. So basically, when you see an individual sexting the person that they're in a relationship with, it's not an automatic, they must have been sexually abused by them. It could also just be because they want to have a sexual texting conversation with their significant other, correct?
That's correct.
Same with, for example, the note about the DUI on her phone that you testified about. And you said, that could be consistent with a domestic violence victim basically writing out a script so that they remember it, correct?
That's correct.
Could that not also be consistent with somebody writing out what happened to them so they don't forget to tell their attorney?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. It's not my opinion, but it's entirely possible.
But it's entirely possible.
Yes.
Especially if she has a pending DUI arrest. It would not be out of the realm of possibility that she wrote down what happened to her so that she could remember to have that conversation with her DUI attorney, correct?
It's possible. It remains my opinion that was a rehearsal.
Sure. And then the other example that you gave that I wrote down was when she texted Mr. Barron and said, I fell on my head, you did nothing wrong. And you gave that as another example of something that would be consistent with basically a rehearsed response, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand that's going to remain your opinion, but couldn't it also be possible that that's just actually what happened?
Not in this case. Not in this case. Not based on what I saw on the body camera footage. She was clearly signaling to the police that something bad had happened by using no words and putting the police officer's hand on her head without saying anything. It's so clear that something happened.
And something did happen. She did injure her head. No one is saying that she did not injure her head, correct?
That's correct.
It's just the how she injured her head is really the question here.
It is, but there's no explanation other than something really bad was going on. And then she immediately recanted and said, everything's fine, nothing's going on. He was sitting in the next room. So she wasn't going to say anything was going on. So that text message to me was so obviously a rehearsal, in my opinion.
As far as the text messages, you would agree that when Miss Miracle gets angry, most of the time Mr. Barron will just stop replying to text messages, correct?
That's correct.
And basically the argument will result in the defendant essentially kind of having an argument with herself.
Correct.
And then at some point she just kind of gives up on this argument with herself, and then Mr. Barron will reply when the argument with herself is completed.
Well, that's not entirely correct. What happens in these text messages is that she initially is angry about something. She's angry, she's trying to express herself, and he doesn't respond. And in those cases, silence is a manipulative tool that he's using because she is so self-doubting that she's now second-guessing herself. She's like, well, maybe it was my fault. And she becomes solicitous. And that's when he responds.
So that confuses me a little bit, because you're saying that Mr. Barron not replying is manipulative, correct?
That's correct. Using silence as a manipulative tool.
But could it not also just mean that he doesn't want to engage when she's speaking with him that way?
Well, in the broader context of a relationship, this is how abusers assert power, is that they just don't respond until the victim comes back with, I'm sorry, it was my fault, and in Miss Miracle's case, solicitous of sex.
Couldn't an abuser also respond by using manipulative words?
They could.
Like, for example, you said that in a relationship in the beginning, everything is great, but you know when things are starting to go south in an abusive relationship because of the verbal and emotional abuse, correct?
That's correct.
So it sounds like an abuser can abuse by both being verbal and not speaking at all?
Sure. So
what is, it sounds like everything is consistent with someone being an abuser then, is what you're saying, correct?
Well, in this case, as I said, relationships are messy. And any of this could have happened. What we see in the text messages is the use of silence. And it's equally as possible that not in text messages, he was really mean to her. That's what the report is.
So Mr. Barron not replying is abusive, but would your opinion be the same if Mr. Barron had replied saying, calling her names, you whore, I'm going to kill you if you ever say that again? Would your testimony be that that is also abusive?
Sure.
So, okay. You would agree that after December 28th, almost exclusively, or if not the vast majority of fights that Mr. Barron and the defendant have over text message are involving Lilia, correct?
That's correct.
And I would say, I feel like I can confidently ask you, all of them are started by the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant is calling Mr. Barron names, correct?
Yes.
And there's actually a photograph where there's physical abuse by the defendant to Mr. Barron, correct?
That was part of the early February.
Yes.
Incident.
Yes.
Yes, where he had like a little scratch on his face. Is that what you're referring to? Yes.
She's calling him names. You would agree that lying about vomiting in the ER to get him to come take care of her is manipulative, correct?
It's solicitous, yes.
What's the difference between solicitous and manipulative?
That she is doing things to gain his attention.
Correct, okay. In your report, you put in there that Mr. Barron inadvertently found out about a medical issue that Miss Miracle was having and offered to drive to St. Simon's to help, and that Miss Miracle accepted this invitation, correct?
That's correct.
Have you since been made aware that that was, none of that was true?
No, I didn't know that.
So, do you remember reading the text messages where Miss Miracle talked about how she was vomiting up blood, correct?
Yes.
And that she sent that text saying, Jen, can you take me to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And that she said she spent the whole day in the ER. Do you remember all those text messages?
Yes.
And if I told you that Miss Miracle said that all of that was false and none of that was true and it was all a lie, would you say that that was Miss Miracle manipulating Mr. Barron to feel sorry for her?
It was certainly attention seeking.
When you read those text messages, did you think it would be important to validate that any of the defendant's medical issues that she was talking about in those text messages?
I didn't think so.
Do you remember reading the text messages about the St. Simon's incident when the defendant texted Mr. Barron that the police came back the next day and basically told her we wished we had arrested Mr. Barron? Do you remember those?
Yes.
Do you know if that was true or false?
I found out yesterday that that was not true.
But that was in your report. That was something that you found important as part of your opinion to put in your report, correct? It was important enough for you to put in your report.
Yes.
How about the male friend? Do you remember the text about the male friend that was going to come and basically buy Mr. Barron out of the lake house? Do you remember those text messages?
Yes. Or he was going to help her move out.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's what you put in your report. Do you know if that was true or false?
I don't.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the DUI. I know that you had the jail medical records and the jail mental health records, correct?
That's correct.
Part of your report that you note was the night of March 7th when you noted that the jail nurse saw bruising on her arms, and you note in your report like the bruising that the jail nurse saw on her arms on March 7th, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have the jail intake form for the night of February 16th?
I did.
Did you notice on the jail intake form that there was no bruising noted by the jail nurse?
I did.
Did you not find that to be significant?
No, because the bruising that Miss Miracle was reporting was not in anywhere visible.
Did you call the jail to confirm whether or not the jail nurse looked at Miss Miracle's breasts or had her dress out, anything like that?
Well, I know she didn't dress out.
Why?
Because I know she bonded out.
So, again, did you call the jail to confirm that they did not look at her chest for any visible bruising?
I did not.
Also in the jail medical records, Ms. Miracle was speaking with like a jail psychologist or psychiatrist, correct?
That's correct.
And I would say there's a big quantity of these records where what Miss Miracle is most concerned about and has the most depression about is her current status incarcerated in the jail, correct?
That's correct.
And there's constant discussion of her depression as it relates to her current status as an inmate, correct?
That's correct.
And how, let me see.
Judge, I have an objection. I think we need approach.
Okay, just give you a really quick update. The Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig is still on lunch break, and we will shift back once they come back. And this has been kind of a long sidebar, one of the few ones that we've had. So we'll be watching.
You mentioned on direct that.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Judge.
Nope, that's fine. $6:05. I got to be honest. I mean, and no disrespect to anyone. I don't know how long this witness is going to go for, so we can call it a day or we can keep going. It's 6:05. I get the nonverbal cue that we're going to call it a day and come back tomorrow. Is that, or you want to keep going? Come back tomorrow. Okay. Okay, we'll take a break in the action. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone, and don't do any research. We'll see you tomorrow. Same situation, 8:45, 9 o'clock. Thank you. Lawyers remain. I would anticipate we'll have some lawyer business to deal with. It's still an open court. If you want to hang out, great. If not, that's fine also.
Okay, we're going to hang for a little bit to see if there's something going on that may give us a clue about the sidebar.
Y'all can stand. That's fine with me. What I'd like to do is, I mean, clearly we're coming back tomorrow. Clearly there's going to be some evidence tomorrow. I like to give the attorneys a brief respite between conclusion of all evidence and closing. Certainly, my only interest in this case is that it be tried fairly under the laws of Georgia, the Georgia Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. So I'm not rushing anyone. I just want to make sure we're utilizing our time correctly. So all that being said, it's my understanding, obviously we'll continue on, and y'all can sit, stand, I'm fine with whatever. We're going to continue on with the defense witness. I don't know how, I mean, let's assume it goes another hour, whatever. And then it's been indicated, and clearly the defense has no obligation to put up any evidence, but it's been indicated there may be additional witnesses. So I would anticipate that tomorrow, a large bulk of tomorrow, which is Wednesday, will be taking up with evidence. At some point, we need to have a final charge conference. I have no problem with it being tomorrow, but then that pushes our closings into Thursday morning potentially, and then from there, which is fine with me. Again, I'm not beholden to any arbitrary deadlines or anything along those lines, but that's kind of where we are. So I would like to go through some sort of charge conference this evening. If anyone absolutely doesn't want to do that, then we can do it later. That's fine. But we do need to get some mileage on this case. State?
We're fine to start with a preliminary charge conference tonight if defense is judge.
Very well.
Very well.
Can we maybe take like a 5-minute restroom break, comfort break?
The answer to that is yes. And then anything else we need to discuss? Did you want to do more of your mistrial motion?
No, Judge, it was taken down.
So you're satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
All right, folks, it's an open court. You can remain, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. This is one of the more boring parts of a trial, in which the lawyers will argue to the court about what the law is or is not. If you'd like to hang out, that's fine. I'm not excluding anyone. If you want to leave, I don't think you're going to be missing a whole lot. But again, not trying to be dismissive. It's an important part, but many times people don't want to hear a bunch of lawyers arguing about stuff. With that, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Because I still had fun.
Yeah.
I want to go ahead and take these down, Your Honor.
This is expert witness.
The supplements. Cheers.
I did want to just let you guys know, June and I both have the Hawaii trial up right now. They are still at lunch. The camera is still pointing at the ceiling. So we will keep an eye on it. And as soon as they get back, we will get you guys back over there.
They're back.
Oh. Well, here we go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
All right. There's a couple exhibits I want to follow up on that we talked about this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. Thank you. Shown the defense. May I approach?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, and I'll remove State's Exhibit 127 and hand it to the clerk. Okay, could you take a look through that exhibit, Detective?
Yes.
And could you let us know what the exhibit is?
So the exhibit is a Microsoft Word document, and then this is the one we were talking earlier, which is the file name. It's a 2018 taxes GK notes.docs.
Okay. And is this both the metadata as well as the actual document?
Yes.
Okay. This is a true and accurate copy of the metadata.
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the actual document?
Yes.
And this is what you found, again, looking at item number 42, the laptop in this case.
Yes.
Okay, at this point, the state moves exhibit 114 into evidence.
Okay. No objection. Okay. What has been identified as State's Exhibit 114 is received into evidence.
Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to publish the first page of the document, which is the metadata on the screen up there. Okay. First of all, could you start us off? Tell us the name of the document we're talking about.
So the document name is 2018 taxes GK notes docs. So it's a Word document file.
Okay. And could you tell us who the author is?
The author is Gerhardt Konig.
And Detective Inuma, could you, I'm sorry, when was the document last viewed?
Okay. So it was last accessed on this date, which is December 26, 2024 at 6:47 a.m.
Okay. Detective Inuma, could you walk us through the file path for this document as well?
Yeah, so the file path is under the user Konig. It's under the Dropbox application, under the file, the Big Love Party and other super fun stuff. Subfolder is taxes. Another subfolder for 2018 taxes, and then the document is located right over here.
Got it. Okay, Detective Inuma, I'm going to take the exhibit down from the screen right there, and I'm going to ask you if you could read from the document. And does the document, what is the document in general?
So a document is like an official, it could be official, non-official, but it's just basically what we use to have information. Like
I'm so sorry. That was a bad question. What is this document,
this document
generally about?
Yeah, so this document contains notes and information regarding 2018 taxes.
Okay, and social security numbers have been redacted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read for us the amount of alimony paid in 2018 from this document?
So the alimony is $6,000.
Could you read for us the amount of child support paid according to this document?
$29,112.
And again, what year is this document referencing?
It reference 2018.
Okay, thank you, Detective. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you on the stand. And the next exhibit I'm going to hand you is going to be State's Exhibit 124. And I'll hand that up to you. And while you're flipping through, I'll give the old exhibit to the clerk.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Detective. Have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes,
Okay, and again, is this one of the exhibits you viewed this morning?
yes,
Okay, and what is the file, or is this exhibit a combination of both files and metadata?
yes,
Okay, and as you testified before, this exhibit is about weddings, right?
yes,
And this is about the wedding between Gerhardt Konig and Errol Konig, right?
yes,
Okay. And the metadata contained in this exhibit is a true and accurate copy of what you found using the Axiom software. Is that correct?
yes, minus the highlighted word.
Got it. And the attachments, the files attached, are they also true and accurate according to what you found on the laptop?
Yes, so that it was the Excel file and it was just converted into a PDF file.
Got it. Okay. At this point, the state will move to enter states 1, 2, 4.
Mr. Otake. No objection. Wanted to mark for identification of states exhibit 1 through 4 is received.
Okay. We'll keep moving, Detective. I'm going to approach with our next exhibit. I'll retrieve 1, 2, 4 from you. Next exhibit is 116. Go to Defense Counsel. I'm retrieving 1, 2, 4. That's a big stack of papers I gave you. Can you just thumb through it real quick?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes.
What is it?
So this is a Word document that was located under username G Konig. The title is called GK Action Items Daily, parenthesis 2018 to 2021, and it's a docs file. So it's a Word document.
Okay, so it's a Word document. Can you tell from the metadata who the author is?
Yes, the author is Gerhardt Konig.
Okay, and could you tell us, I'm sorry, when the file was last accessed?
It was last accessed on December 3rd, 2024 at 2:36 p.m.
And is the metadata part of this exhibit true and accurate copy of the metadata you found on the laptop, item number 48?
Yes,
Is the attachment a true and accurate copy of the Word document you found attached to this metadata on the laptop?
yes.
Okay. And it is a rather lengthy document, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's a rather lengthy document,
Oh,
is that
yes.
right? It's more than 100 pages, right?
Yes,
Okay. At this point, the state will move, or will move exhibit 116 into evidence.
Mr. Otake.
No objection.
Wanted to mark for identification of states exhibit 116 is received into evidence.
All right, thank you. Just a moment. Okay, thank you, Detective. Just a couple more to go. I'm going to go and retrieve exhibit 116 from you, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states exhibits 119, 120, and 121. Okay?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you recognize the three discs I just handed you?
Yes,
Okay. Before testifying today, did you review what's on those discs?
yes.
Okay. And what is on those discs?
So it contains a zip file. So basically a bunch of files combined together and placed in a zip file. So a zip file is like a container. You put everything inside and you zip it up and it decompresses and allows it to be sent via email.
Okay. And is there also metadata contained on those discs?
Yes.
Okay. And in each of those discs, what is the metadata show?
So it shows the date and the time where these items were attached. It's under WhatsApp, and it was under Jeff Miller. It was a series 1, 2, and 3, and was sent from the user of this device to the person, the same user of the device.
Clarify, Detective. Are we talking an email here?
Yes, this one is an email.
Okay. So who was the email from?
So the email is from the user, well, the email address was gkonig@proinbox.com. proinbox.com.
Okay, and who was the recipient?
It's also the same one. It's G Konig at proinbox.com.
Okay, so, and is that true for each of these 3 exhibits?
Yes.
So each of these 3 exhibits is an email that the user of the email address gkoenig at proinbox.com sent to themselves.
Yes.
Okay. Did you review these exhibits to make sure that they are fair and accurate, decompressed zip files?
Yes.
Okay. Is the metadata on each of these exhibits a true and accurate copy of the metadata that you saw while examining the laptop?
Yes.
Are those 3 zip files, do you remember the names of them?
I know it was WhatsApp, and then it was Jeff, and then it was a 1, and then there's a zip. It's a zip file.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know like offhand the accuracy of the file name, but then there was a WhatsApp Jeff 2, and then there's a WhatsApp Jeff 3, and they're all zip files.
Okay. Got it. And then the contents of those files contained in an individual folder on each disk?
Yes.
Okay. And then is the metadata also contained on each disk?
Yes.
After you reviewed the disks, did you sign and date them?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, the state moves exhibit 119, 120, and 121 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. The order to mark for identification of states exhibits 119, 120, and 121 will be received.
Okay. Detective Inuma, I'm quickly just going to publish the metadata for each of those exhibits, okay? So
Yes.
we're going to start with exhibit 119, and I'm going to publish the metadata that's contained on that exhibit. All right. So when we look at the file name, can you tell us, now that you actually see the data, what is the file name in exhibit 119?
Yes. The file name is WhatsApp chat -jeffmiller.zip.
Okay. And when was this email sent?
This was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:26 p.m.
Okay. And then everything else on the disk is what's contained in that WhatsApp chat Jeff Miller's zip file, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. We're going to publish the metadata from States Exhibit 120. All right, Detective Inuma, what was the file name of this under States Exhibit 120?
So the file name is WhatsApp chat -jeffmiller2.zip.
Okay. And can you tell us when this email was sent?
Yes, it was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:20 p.m.
Okay. And we'll move on, Detective, to the metadata from States Exhibit 121. All right, could you tell us what the file name is for this?
Yes, the file name is WhatsApp chat -jeffmiller3.zip.
Okay. And can you tell us which date this email was sent?
It was sent on December 24, 2024 at 12:20 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to take the exhibit down. One second. Okay, Detective, thank you for answering my questions. I have no further questions. Did your examination of a laptop take place in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for me at this time.
Can I have 114, please? I'm sorry. Do you have it? No, thank you. Do you have 114? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready with cross-examination, Mr. Otake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon,
Good
Detective.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me how you pronounce your last name? Is it Inuma or Iinuma?
It's Inuma.
Excuse me?
Inuma.
Inuma.
Yeah, long I.
Okay. So you're a detective with the Honolulu Police Department, yes?
Yes.
And it was a few hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, but what kind of expert were you qualified to be today?
It's a digital forensic.
Digital forensics, right?
Yes.
As in, you get a search warrant as a detective, you go through someone's computer, search relevant terms, trying to find evidence that is relevant or helpful to the prosecution, yes?
Yes.
And in this case, you talked about artifacts, as in files, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that your search through the Axiom program, you collected over 7,000 files, yes?
It was 9,000. Sorry, it was 7,941 files.
7,900 files from the computer that you believe belongs to Gerhardt Konig, yes?
Yes.
And then of those 7,900 something files, you sifted through it looking for the ones that you believe would be the most relevant to the prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And the prosecutor worked with you on that, yes?
I worked with the lead investigator.
I'm sorry, the detective Spacek, is that right?
Yes.
And the ones you went through today, it's the best you guys could come up with, yes?
Yes.
The search warrant, it's not like you can just go through anything and everything on a computer. The search warrant has terms that you're limited to search, yes?
Yes.
And the lead investigator, these terms are developed based off of what you guys think you're looking for might be helpful to the case, yes?
Yes.
And so, for example, in this case, some of the search terms that you're looking for on the computer to see if somebody searched for or looked this up, some of the search terms were danger, death, fall, slip, accident, cliff, kill, die. Those are some of the search terms that the lead detective put in the warrant that you guys are trying to comb through this computer, trying to see if we can find searches for death, falls, accident, cliff. Those are some of the search terms that you guys are looking for, right?
Yes.
Okay, and again, today you went through what you found, right?
Yes.
And there were other search terms as well that had Ariel's name, yes?
Yes.
And Miller's name, yes?
Yes.
And because the idea is you're looking through a computer, maybe somebody searched, hikes that people fell off and died on before. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Another group of search terms that was included in the warrant detective were syringe, vial, undetectable, incapacitate. Those are some of the search terms that you guys thought, let's go look through this computer and see if we can find stuff related to that, correct?
Yes.
One of the search terms, detective, was hike, right?
Yes.
And as you indicated, between February 28th, 2025 and March 4th, 2025, there was you went through some searches about hikes, correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 110, please. Okay, so if we could, Mr. Dirks, if you could zoom in on this top 3 or 4 up there, please. Okay. Did it get bigger? Or?
Yes.
One second. Is there a way you can make that bigger? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, it's all right. So some of the searches said Maui hikes, Oahu Spring Trail, Hale Maui Trail. So there were searches related to Maui hikes as well. Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that Dr. Konig would go on hikes with his son on Maui often?
No.
Were you aware that he would go on hikes with his wife and family on Maui?
No.
And on that same exhibit, you see on the bottom there? Can you blow up that bottom under URL, Mr. Dirks, please? the whole thing, please. No, I'm including this part, please. Okay, so this is from your search, some of the searches that was done on hikes, correct?
Yes.
And so, for example, best hikes on Oahu was searched, right?
Yes.
10 best trails and hikes on Oahu came up, yeah?
Yes.
Easy hike on Oahu came up, yes?
Yes.
Top 10 easy hikes for everyone, yes?
Yes.
35 hikes on Oahu, yes?
Yes.
Palipuka hike on Oahu, yes?
Yes.
Really Nui Ridge Trail hike on Oahu, right? That was something that came up.
Yes.
And difficult hikes on Oahu. Those were what you found when you're looking up what he searched about hikes, right?
Yes.
There was nothing about most dangerous trails on Oahu that you found, correct? In this part.
In this part, yes.
Okay. And it's true, you can zoom out of there, Mr. Dirks, thank you. The last time according to you, that you found that he searched about hikes was on March 4th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
And you understand the incident in this case was on March 24th, 2025, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So from what you saw, it's not like he kept going back and looking at more and looked at different ones more leading up to after March 4th, correct?
Yes.
Now, if somebody wanted to go on a hike on Oahu, they might search for hikes, right?
Yes.
Detective, we went through Exhibit 105, if we could pull up 105. And this was the one with the Reddit, I guess, is it a website or is Reddit a website?
So it's a website, it's an online social media platform.
It's like online social media, right?
Something like a Facebook.
Something like a Facebook where I think you said you can go to it and get advice on certain topics or see what other people have to say about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for whatever, if you wanted to learn about, any certain topic and see how people else have dealt with it, you might go on there and see what people have to say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, he's on, at least what you found on the computer, as one after infidelity. Let's go to the next page if we can. Okay. As one after infidelity, let's go to the next page. Next page. And next page. Next page. Okay. So there's all these things having to do with infidelity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Why did you do it? He's trying to look that up, yes?
Yes.
Next page. Okay, next page. Peer support, advice and removals. He's looking up peer support related to infidelity, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. The term Darvel you mentioned, can you tell us what your understanding of what that means?
Yes. So from my understanding from reading Reddit and then Google
What does it stand for?
So deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. So it's from my understanding, it was as an abuser, you're trying to avoid accountability.
So for example, dealing with infidelity, the person who had the affair is trying to avoid accountability, trying to deny, trying to reverse it on the person that got cheated on, right?
Yes.
Could we pull up 113, please? So you brought up this exhibit, and you said that it's in the Dropbox, and it's part of I guess you said a file divorce, and then hearing support, and then then there's sub-files going all the way down to Bank of America Amex statement, correct?
Yes.
And that's the file name that was open. Bank of America Amex statement, right?
Yes.
It's a credit card statement, right?
Yes.
That happened to be in this chain of files, right? This was in there, right?
Yes.
But at least from what you pulled it, I mean, it was a credit card statement he was looking at, right?
Yes.
Now, we can take that down, Mr. Dirks. Thank you. So I wanted to ask you this, Detective, because I just want to make sure that we're not trying to paint that we're painting an accurate picture here. Okay. The search warrant, you can only seize files that the search warrant terms allow you to seize, correct?
Yes.
So it's not as though you're giving us a holistic picture of everything he was looking at during that time period, correct?
Yes.
It's only the ones that you could seize, right?
Yes.
For example, one of the search term was Ariel Konig, yes?
Yes.
Gerhardt Konig was not a search term, correct?
Yes.
So when we looked at, and you said, well, this day he was looking up her retirement account, you could seize that, right?
Yes.
But your Axiom program, if he was also either right then or close by looking at also other financial documents like his retirement accounts, their taxes, their life insurance related to him, Axiom wouldn't seize that, you wouldn't have that, you couldn't present that to the jury, correct?
Can you rephrase the question one more time?
If there was a file that didn't have Ari's name on it, on his computer, but he was looking at, for example, his retirement roughly around that same time period, he was looking at hers, you wouldn't be able to seize the one from him because it had his name on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that when we're looking at these things, context kind of matters, right? Context matters.
Yes.
And what we've gone through is just certain things he might have been looking at during that time period, but not all, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, if he was doing financial planning to decide how much more life insurance they needed to get, each of them, to make sure that based off of their salary, based off of their retirement, if something happened to either of them, they could pay for the house in order to make sure the kids had a house. And he was looking at all these financial documents and half of them were his. You're only able to show us the ones that had her name on it, right?
Yes. Based on the search warrant, yes.
Could we pull up 114, please? Oh, I'm sorry. I think, is that the one I grabbed? I think that's the one I grabbed. Actually, it's not put because, yeah. So 114, may I approach? Yes. Detective 114 was the document entitled 2018 Taxes for Gerhardt and Ariel Konig, right?
Yes.
And there are, it's multiple pages long, right?
Yes.
And it has multiple sections to it, correct?
Yes.
It talks about when they were married. It has their plug-in electric vehicle and their tax credit from that. Yes.
Yes.
It has the refinancing and of the principal residence. It has information about the principal residence and the refinancing. Correct.
Yes.
It had charitable contributions and how much they donated to charity that year. Right.
Yes.
It has his income on it, right?
Yes.
It has his withholdings from his W-2 on it, right?
Yes.
And the real estate taxes they paid to under 1098 form, yes?
Yes.
It had the 2017 federal income taxes they paid, right?
Yes.
It talks about some investment and investment loss that they had that year, right?
Yes.
It has things from their W-2 from University of Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And then it has information about Ariel Konig on there about, again, the principal residence, home mortgage interest, education information, healthcare information, Has all of that in this document, right?
Yes.
And out of this whole document, you're only asked about the part that where how much alimony and child support was paid that year, right?
Yes.
But there's a lot more other information on here, right?
Yes.
You don't know what information on here he was looking at when he pulled this up on his computer, do you?
That's correct.
One second, detective. You also were only able to search for, because of a search warrant, and it's not your fault, it's just what the search warrant allowed, for a specific time, right?
Yes.
So I think it was December 1st to March 24th, right?
It's 24. Yes, correct.
So you weren't able to go back and see, okay, well, is this normal? Does he often go to these files and look up his tax information or the retirement information or any of these files? Is this a normal practice of his, every month or so? You weren't able to go back and see that, were you?
Yeah, that question would be for the lead detective.
No, I know. I'm not blaming you. I'm just, you only did what you were allowed to do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you weren't able to go back into, from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October of 2024. You can only go from December to March, right?
Yes.
One second. Might be almost done. Okay. Detective, thank you for your time all morning and part of this afternoon. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barner, any redirect? Briefly, go ahead.
Okay, Detective Inuma, you were asked about the date range for when you saw the user G. Konig searching for hike information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that date range you asked about was February 28th through March 4th, is that right?
Yes.
That's 5 days, right?
Yes.
Other than those 5 days, in the approximately 4 months that you looked through the laptop with the user Gerhardt Konig, other than those 5 days, was there any other research about hiking that you found?
Not that I recall.
No further questions.
So we're talking any recross based on what was else in the door.
No, thank you, Detective.
Detective, thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Watch that step.
I just
You can leave it inside there. Thank you. Mr. Barner, state's next witness.
The state calls Emil Konig. Before we call, can I remove the exhibits from the witness stand?
Please.
Did you? Someone else for it. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thanks. Please have a seat.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to scoot forward as much as you can and to speak as much in the microphone as you can, okay?
Okay.
All right, can you start off by stating your name, please?
Emil Konig.
Is it okay if I call you Emil for the rest of my questions?
It is.
Okay. Emil, what do you do for work?
I work for Maui Health
Maui Health.
as a clerk.
As a clerk, you said? And how long have you been doing that?
About 2 months now.
And where do you live?
On Kahului, Maui.
Is that at 19 Pu'uehu Place?
Correct.
Who do you live with?
With my stepmother and my 2 brothers.
Your stepmother, who is that?
Gerhardt Konig.
Are you related to any person involved in this case, Emil?
I am.
Okay. Who are you related to?
The defendant.
Is that Gerhardt Konig?
Correct.
And who is Gerhardt Konig to you?
My father.
If you were to see him again, would you be able to recognize him?
I could.
We'll stipulate to identification.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll just move on then. All right, Emil, just over a year ago, on the morning of March 24th, 2025, where were you?
I was at home.
Normally, who lives in that house with you? Or on that date, who normally lived in that house with you?
My dad, my stepmom, 2 little brothers.
On the morning of March 24th, 2025, was your dad and your stepmom home?
No.
Okay. Do you know where they were that day?
Oahu, here.
They were on Oahu?
Mhm.
Do you know why the defendant and Ariel were visiting Oahu?
For Ariel's birthday,
Do you know when Ariel's birthday is?
the March 24th.
So was anybody else staying at the house in Kahului with you on that morning?
Yes. Babysitter for the little kids.
Got it. On the morning of March 24th, 2025, did you receive any calls from either Ariel or the defendant?
I did.
Okay. And which was it?
From the defendant.
Who contacted who?
Defendant contacted me.
What type of call was it?
A FaceTime call.
When you say FaceTime call, is that on the Apple iPhone?
Correct.
Was this call a FaceTime voice call or a FaceTime video call?
FaceTime video call.
How many times or how many calls were there from the defendant to you on March 24th, 2025?
2.
And what times were the 2 calls at?
I couldn't recall exactly.
Did you provide a statement to a Maui detective
I did.
regarding this incident, regarding those calls?
Yes.
And in that statement, did you tell the detective what time those calls were?
Yes, I did.
Would seeing that statement help you refresh your recollection as to when those 2 calls were?
It would.
Okay. Let's pull a page number here. Okay, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 170. Page number 3 and page number 4. Okay, may I approach, please? Okay, Emil, could you quickly read pages 3 and 4 of this document? And when you're done reading, just look up, okay? Is your recollection refreshed as to when those 2 calls were?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to retrieve the exhibit and then I'm going to ask you the same question again, okay? All right, I'm going to retrieve exhibit 170 from you. Okay, and Emil, what time were those 2 video FaceTime calls on March 24th, 2025?
The first one was at 10:42 a.m. and the second one was at 11:46 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about the call from 10:42 a.m. first, okay? All right. Where were you when you got the FaceTime video call at 10:42 a.m.?
At home.
That's the same address we talked about earlier.
Correct.
What did you see on the other side of the screen when you picked up that call?
I saw the defendant.
Can you describe the defendant as you saw him on that call?
Wearing sunglasses, dry fit shirt. That's all I saw.
Did you see the area that the defendant was in?
Outside.
And did the defendant tell you anything during that call?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you during that call, as close to word for word as you can remember?
That he would not be making it back to Maui and to take good care of the younger kids, and that Ari, my stepmom, had been cheating on him and that he tried to kill her.
Okay. That's a lot, but I'm going to break that down a little bit. You said the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel. Is that right?
Correct.
Did he tell you what happened to Ariel?
He did not.
Okay. Did he tell you where she went?
No.
Did the defendant tell you why he tried to kill Ariel?
No.
During this 10:42 a.m. call, did the defendant tell you anything about what he planned to do next?
During that call, the next plan that he said was to jump off the cliff.
And how did you react to hearing that?
I told him not to.
How did you react to the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
I don't remember what I said.
Do you recall what the defendant told you after he said he tried to kill Ariel?
Not directly after.
Okay. Did he say where Ariel went?
No, just away.
Well, what did he say about Ariel and away?
He said that she had gotten away, and that was all I heard about her location.
During this first call at 10:42 a.m., did you ask the defendant any questions yourself?
Yes. I asked what was on his shirt because it looked like I saw splatters of something on his shirt, and he said, "Oh, it's just her," meaning Ari's blood.
Okay. So far you've told us that the defendant told you he tried to kill Ariel, that Ariel got away, that Ariel was cheating on him, that he planned to jump, and that the blood on the shirt he's told you was Ariel's. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did I miss anything so far?
No.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else during this call at 10:42 a.m.?
No.
All right. So Emil, after you get this FaceTime call and after the defendant tells you these things, what did you do?
I went over to my grandparents' house, which is Ariel's parents.
Okay.
Walked over to their house, told them what had happened.
Okay. How far away is your grandparents' house away from the Pu'uehu place address you mentioned earlier?
It's like a minute or so walk.
And could you tell us your grandparents' names?
Judith and Peter Mast.
Which of your grandparents did you tell about the call first?
Both. They were both there, so both of them.
What happened after you told Judith and Peter Mast about this 10:42 a.m. call?
The next notable thing is they received a phone call from, I believe it was Queen's Hospital, one of the hospitals here.
Later on that day, did you tell anybody else what the defendant told you?
My mom.
Okay. Who's your mom?
Jessie Patelare.
Okay. Did you at some point also tell the police what happened that day?
I did.
All right. Do you know where your grandparents ended up going after you told them about this call?
Yeah, here.
They came to Oahu?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You said that there was a second call at 11:46. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. The second call, was this a FaceTime call as well?
Yes.
Okay. And just phone, just audio or audio and video?
Audio and video.
Did you pick up the call?
I did.
When you picked up this second call at 11:46, what did you see on the screen?
I saw the defendant.
Okay. And can you describe any background that you saw on the scene, if you remember?
Just trees, rocks, the sky. That was it.
During this second phone call at 11:46, what did the defendant tell you, if anything?
He asked me if I had told anybody, and I said yes. And I told him who I had told, and then he said that he was just going to jump, and said that a couple times.
Okay. To be super exact here, Emil, who did you tell the defendant that you told?
I told the that I told my grandparents and my mother.
Okay. So you told them that you told Peter, Judy, and Jesse.
Correct.
Okay. So after the defendant told you he was going to jump a couple times during the second call, how did you respond?
Same way as before. Said not to. I don't know.
You told the defendant not to jump.
Right.
Okay. How did the second call end?
With him saying, with the defendant saying, I'm going to go before the police catch me.
Did he tell you he was going to hang up? Do you remember that? I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Bad question. Go ahead. All right. Sorry, I just want to clarify, Emil, but the last thing you told me about the police, what exactly did the defendant tell you about the police?
Asked and answered.
Could you clarify what the defendant told you about the police?
That he was, that the police was looking for him. He didn't want to be found.
Right. Did the defendant tell you anything else about his state of mind or what he was thinking?
He said he was at the end of his rope.
Anything else you can remember about that?
Thought about suicide for the last couple months leading, or for the months leading to the 24th of.
For both of these calls we've been talking about, who was the caller?
The defendant.
So at either call, were you the one to dial him up?
No.
All right, Emil, overall, did you choose to get involved in this?
I did not.
Okay, I am monitoring this on a different feed, and it seems like it is buffering all over. So this buffering is actually on Court TV side, not on our side. Um, so they should be back soon.
During either call, I believe just me, my dad, Ariel, and it might have just been those three.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly.
But you were on it, and they were your dad was sending photos of them on the hike, yes?
Correct.
Letting you know where they were, right? Yes? Well, I
No.
mean, just that they were on a hike, yes?
That they were on a hike, yes, not letting me know that where they were.
Well, yeah, I just meant like showing you pictures of the hike they were on. Maybe
Okay.
That's a better way to word it. Is that right? They were
Yes.
sending you pictures of the hike they were on, yes?
Yes.
And at least at that time, everything seemed normal to you, correct?
Correct.
There was no reason to be concerned at that time, correct?
Correct.
Now you get this call, 10:42, and he's telling you, amongst other things, that he said he's not going to make it back. Yes.
Correct.
And like he was saying goodbye to you. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And you quickly realize that something's wrong, right?
Yes.
You don't know exactly what's going on, but he's also telling you that he's going to jump and commit suicide, correct?
Correct.
And from what he was, saying, and from and acting the way, what you could gather, you could tell that there was a lot going on in his head. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You could tell that your dad was going on in his head. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You could tell that your dad was distressed when he was talking to you. Yes?
No.
Okay. You remember you gave later the day of these calls, you talked to the detective on Maui. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember telling the detective that your dad sounded like he was kind of distressed, trying to stay calm but kind of distressed? Remember saying that to the detective?
No.
Okay. Would seeing the transcript of the interview with the detective help to refresh your memory of what you told the detective?
Yes.
Okay. This is 170, page 4. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you this transcript. If you can just read lines 14 and 15. Well, if you wanted to start from lines 8 and read down to lines 15 and just read it to yourself and let me know when you're done. Okay. You remember saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't have a recollection of him sounding distressed. Is that right?
Didn't sound distressed.
Okay. But you did tell the detective it sounded like he was kind of distressed, right?
And then I said afterwards he sounded calm.
Yeah, you said it sounded like he was kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm. And he did sound calm. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Kind of distressed, but trying to stay calm, right? Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. Now, he's talking to you, sounds kind of distressed, trying to stay calm. And you said also at some point, said something about he seemed like he was at the end of his rope. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what he said.
Now, the first call, Emil, when your dad is having this first call with you, from what it was on a FaceTime, right?
Correct.
And there was video, right?
Yes.
So you could see him and kind of the, whatever was in the camera behind him, right?
Right.
And he's having this call with you. He's right on the edge of what looked like a steep cliff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's telling you he was going to jump, yes?
Yes.
And did you assume that where he was talking to you at was where the incident with him and Ariel took place? Generally?
I wasn't aware. I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. But it looked like he was in a steep place that kind of was high, like you had to scale on rocks to get to it, correct?
Correct.
You see blood on your dad's shirt, yes?
Correct.
And he tells you that this was Ariel's blood, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that he was explaining to you about how Ariel had been cheating on him for a couple of months, yes?
Yes.
And he told you that the blood was from her head, correct?
Correct.
And half an hour earlier, everything seemed fine to you, right?
Yes.
Now you're hearing this. You see the blood. You see the steep cliff. He's telling you he's going to jump. And I'm sure it was a pretty emotional, upsetting call. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And it was also a little confusing to you. You're trying to kind of piece together and make sense of what happened. Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And also trying to convince him not to jump. Correct.
Correct.
This was on FaceTime and so it was on speakerphone, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. After the first call, you then go to Judy and Pete's house, yes?
Yes.
And that's Ariel's parents' house, yes?
Yes.
But you call them your grandparents, correct?
Yes.
You also went to Judy and Pete's house with your girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Is that still your girlfriend?
No.
Okay, your girlfriend at the time, correct?
Yes.
Then maybe about an hour later, your dad calls you again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking, and he tells you, he brought it up and asked, and you said, yeah, I told Judy and Pete, and then he starts saying, okay, I'm gonna jump then, or something like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he said he needed to go so the police wouldn't find him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was telling you he wanted to jump and kill himself, and he wanted to go so the police wouldn't find him. That's what he was saying, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And, after these understandably difficult and emotional calls, later that day, the detectives from Maui contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at least according to it was the interview started at 2:27 p.m., correct? Would seeing the transcript help you remember that?
It would.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Again, 170. So, Emil, if you just read that, this is the start of the interview. Okay, read it to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
Yep.
All right. So the interview started at 2:27 p.m. later that day, correct?
Correct.
And these were not Honolulu Police Department detectives, but Maui Police Department detectives, correct?
As far as I know.
Okay. And, you were able to look on your phone later. Well, you were able to look on your phone and tell the detectives the exact timing of the calls. And that's why you were able to say the first call was 10:42 a.m. and the second call was 11:46 a.m., right?
Yes.
So the interviews with the detectives is at 2:30 or 2:27. So about 4 hours after the 10:42 call, And about 3 hours after the 11:46 call, right? The interview with the detective,
Yes.
roughly. And, obviously you didn't record the call with your dad when you guys were having him. You're just listening to him and talking to him about not jumping, right?
Correct.
And you didn't write down any notes after the call, right after, did you?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not.
But you tried your best, 3 to 4 hours later, to describe the call you had with your dad to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, like today, for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner, after he was talking to you about jumping, you were asked, what did you say back to him? And I think you said, I don't remember what I said right after that. You remember saying that just a little while ago?
Yes.
Okay. So as you see there today, there's parts of the exact wording and timing of what was said that you don't quite remember exactly verbatim word for word, correct?
Yes.
And for example, you were asked by Mr. Gardner about, what he said after a certain point. And there are things that you don't recall exactly what your dad said after certain parts of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you tried your best to explain to the detectives what you understood your dad to have been saying, correct?
Yes.
But to be clear, it wasn't like an exact word for word, verbatim of the entire conversation, but you did your best, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For example, in an effort to do your best to explain to the detectives on Maui what happened, you initially told the detectives that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember initially saying that to the detective?
Yes.
Okay. And that was what you had kind of assumed, given the things that he told you and where he was on the cliff. That's what you assumed that he meant, right? At least when you said that to the detective, right?
Can you repeat that question?
So when you initially told the detective, my dad told me he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff, that's what you assumed your dad had meant, correct? When he said that, you assumed your dad meant that he had tried to. Let me phrase it this way. You remember telling the detective initially that your dad told you he tried to kill Ariel by pushing her off a cliff. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes.
Okay. But later on, in the conversation, in the interview, when a detective asked you about that, you clarified and you said the part about pushing her off the cliff was what you assumed he meant, not what he had actually said, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then when the prosecutor asked you questions about it, you said at some point he said something about she got away, right? Something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone tell you about the two witnesses that had testified that when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her? Did anyone tell you that?
Can you repeat that?
Did anyone tell you that about how the witnesses that were there testified when she was moving away from him, he didn't try to stop her?
At what point?
Can we approach?
Did anybody share that information with you?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a few more questions, Emil, and then we'll be done, okay? You were asked by Mr. Gardner about how about how after the incident you flew to Pittsburgh to be with your mom, Jessica. Remember that?
Yes.
And was it later that night?
Yes.
Okay. But you did return to live on Maui sometime thereafter?
Yes.
Maybe in a few weeks? How long were you in Pittsburgh? Couple weeks?
Couple weeks. I couldn't tell you the exact day.
Okay, but within a month you were back on Maui.
Correct.
And you, at the time, you had moved to Maui with your dad and Ariel when you were in high school, yes?
Yes.
And that was something that you chose to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were in Pittsburgh with where your dad was and your mom, Jessica, was, correct?
Yes.
And you chose to move to Maui to be with your dad and Ariel, yes?
Yes.
And so by the time we get to 2025, how long had you been on Maui? Roughly.
2 years at that point.
Okay. You had a girlfriend at the time, yes?
I did.
You had made friends on Maui, yes?
I did.
Your two younger brothers were there, yes?
Yes.
You had a job on Maui in March of 2025?
I did.
What kind of job?
I worked at Chick-fil-A at the time.
Were you going to school?
I was not.
Okay. And you liked it on Maui, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your options were to stay in Pittsburgh with your mom. You could have done that, right?
Yes.
Jessica, right? If you could have stayed in Pittsburgh with her if you chose to, right?
Correct.
Or you could come back to Maui, where your friends were and your girlfriend was, but to do that you would have to live with Ariel, right? To come back to Maui, you could come back to Maui and live with Ariel, right?
It was an option. Yes.
Yeah, it was an option. And over the last year, since this incident, you have continued to live with Ariel, correct?
Yes.
You also would see Ariel's parents, Judy and Pete, regularly over the last year, correct?
Correct.
And you refer to them as your grandparents, yes?
Yes.
And they came with you to court today, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And over the last year, though, you've limited your contact with your dad's side of the family, correct? You haven't seen them much, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Your grandparents, you haven't seen them much in the last year, have you? Or talked to them much?
I have done both of those things.
How often have you seen them?
Probably seen them
Since the incident.
since the incident 2 or 3 times.
Okay. The most recent time was when they were going to come to see you play roller hockey on the mainland, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that?
Irvine.
And when was that? Roughly.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. I mean, it was in 2025?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it was 2026.
I'm sorry. I meant that's what I meant. Sorry. It was in 2026?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're into roller hockey. You played a lot.
Yeah.
And you traveled to California earlier this year for a tournament, right?
I did.
Your grandma and grandpa, your dad's parents were going to meet you in Irvine to watch some of your games, right?
Yep.
And when they got there, Ariel's parents, Judy and Pete, had traveled with you up there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have not spoken to your dad since the incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Emil. That's all the questions I have for you.
Yes.
Hi, Emil, what
one of the things that you were just asked about on cross-examination was the fact that you didn't tell the detective on Maui that the defendant told you that Ariel got away. Is that right?
I didn't ask that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't, I didn't ask that.
Is my memory wrong?
Ask the question to
Well, can we approach?
So what do you guys think about the son testifying? What do you guys think about what he has to say and about the fact that he doesn't call his dad dad? He refers to him as the defendant.
I'm thinking on that one right now. He might have been prepped by the DA to refer to him as defendant instead of as dad.
You were asked about on cross-examination this being a confusing FaceTime call. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were clarify more for us right here, Emil. Was there any confusion about the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
Can you reword that?
Sure. Did you have any confusion about that statement by the defendant?
Was I confused at all? Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me. Is there any confusion in your mind about the defendant making that statement that he tried to kill Ariel?
Now?
In general.
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain?
I didn't expect it.
I'm sorry. I think I'm phrasing my questions poorly, Emil. Is there any doubt in your mind about the defendant telling you he tried to kill Ariel?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any recross based on what was asked on your direct?
No, thank you, Emil.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take our afternoon recess. Have you come back at 3 o'clock? Leave your notebooks on your chair. All right.
All right. They are taking their afternoon break. We do have the very end of the Suzanne Merkel, day 5. I believe they are going to discuss possible things to go over for the charging conference. Oh. The cameras came back active for 1 second. All right.
I think they wanted to catch the reaction of the father when the son walked past him, which I don't know about you, but in my opinion, I don't agree with it.
Well, at least the defense attorney pretty much, I don't want to say behaved, but behaved with him and took it easy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the defendant, severely talked with his attorney about his son.
Mm-hmm. Like,
So,
take it easy on him?
well, I don't know if you would say is taking it easy on him, but just, um, not treating him like, you know, a dirtbag liar type thing. That's my opinion. Okay, let's go ahead and do this one.
All right. Here we go.
I'll note that all those in the gallery took me up on my opinion of charge conferences.
Smartly so, Judge.
All right, so this is a very broad V2. I'm not saying this is it, it's just a discussion point. As I've indicated before, I like to use this as a talking point so we're all on the same page. That being said, if either party wants a formal up or down on their request to charge, that's fine with me too. I'm not going to mention the lawyer's name, but on the civil case, he wanted a ruling on preponderance. So it happens. So if y'all want a ruling, I would be more than happy to give you an up or down on everything. Or we could have a kind of generalized discussion and address only the important things. But everyone's definition of important may be different. Pursued somewhat informally, obviously the court reporter's here taking things that are down. Obviously this may be making no comment one way or the other. This may be subsequently reviewed, and I understand that, and that's fine. My feelings don't get hurt one way or the other. So, anyone passionate about starting with anything? Or just dive in page one and...
I say let's dive in, Judge.
Yeah, might as well. Might as well. All right. Jury instructions. Number one, page one. I don't think anyone has any problem with that. Very general pattern instructions about indictment,
No, Your Honor.
issue and plea not guilty, presumption of innocence. Pretty basic stuff.
Yeah. I think both sides asked for the pattern anyway, Judge, so.
And I think that's what we have. So page two, again, very standard stuff.
You found it?
Grave suspicion, jury, judges of law and fact, evidence generally. Page three, direct and circumstantial, credibility of witnesses, expert witness. And to be clear, I leave the headings in, but I don't read the headings. So for example, credibility of witnesses, I wouldn't go, credibility of witnesses, the jury must, I just simply go right into the jury must determine.
Do you provide a written copy?
So I always give the jury literally the copy I have, which I do not write on. I literally hand it to the bailiff and it goes back with the jury. On one occasion, when we had sufficient time, Mr. Preston made 20 copies and everyone had a copy, including all the jurors and alternates. I'm not saying I will or won't do that here, but my main reservation has always been giving them the wrong version, which would be a huge, big problem. So we have to have 2 hours lead time to really organize that. So for example, in this case, if it becomes very clear that we're going to have closing starting on Thursday morning and we conclude with all evidence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday, we may, and we'll keep you all informed on that, but every time they will get a written instruction back in the deliberation room. Now, whether they will read along with me and turn the pages, it's happened one time. I have not excluded that from this case.
Right. Sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, no. As a point of curiosity, when you send them I know this is not the final that we're looking at now, but there are, both in the patterns and right now in the draft we have, there are parentheticals that may or may not be read. If if the copy your honor has and gives to the jury has unread parentheticals, I just want to make sure that we're not sending the jury with information that the court did not charge them on or that we did not.
So for example, like direct and circumstantial, I mean, there's a parenthetical that is just more explanation, so that would remain.
Mhm.
You'd be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both excludes. So, I mean, that would remain.
Mhm.
But to your point, let's just say, for example, and I'm not saying I'm going to give it, but, sodomy, I don't think I need to give them the entire statutory definition of sodomy. So we would kind of, lack of a better term, chop that up so it makes sense. So my preference is that I guess edit's a better word. My preference is that we edit it as clean as possible, subject to obviously objection. But please be mindful that at some point we're going to have a final charge conference. At some point you're going to be handed a final charge, and at some point your copy, my copy will be the exact same. And the version literally that I read goes from me to the bailiff to the deliberation room.
Thank you.
And I don't
Thank you for
write on
indulging
it.
me, Your Honor.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't write on it for obvious reasons. But yes, I mean, my preference would be that we don't have anything improper in there. So page 3, credibility of witnesses, expert witnesses, all pattern, witnesses impeached, prior statements, single witness, defendant's choice not to testify. Obviously she did, so we'll scratch that out. That's off page 4. Then we get into the jury determination of voluntariness of the statements. That's page 4, page 5. Page 6, prior difficulties, definition of crime, multiple ways committed crime, intent. 7, presumption of criminal intent, criminal negligence, proximate cause, venue generally. Page 8, verdict generally. Page 8, still sympathy. Page 8, date not material allegation.
I realize in date not material allegation, I made an error in the second paragraph about the actual statute of limitations for those counts. I will submit I believe that's not accurate. It might be.
Your Honor, I mean, I understand what Ruben is coming from, and that's, we can check that. But I mean, I don't think there's a dispute about the date. We may not even need to, may not be necessary to charge it.
I mean, I know I typically just ask for it just in case. I'm not really passionate about it one way or the other, but if
I'm fine either way. I mean, we marked it for new.
I'll submit a correctable with the accurate law in it, and then we can go from there.
Page 9, getting obviously into the malice, murder, premeditation, motive, felony murder, causation in felony murder. I imagine we're starting having more conversations.
Yeah, actually, Your Honor, I'll note it now. I'm sure we'll have a more robust conversation later. And I'm certain I know how this is going to play out, but for purposes of the record and our eventual objection, I think that Georgia has departed from the Apprendi doctrine on the definition of felony murder for some time. So we know that under Ford, it's not just any felony, it's an inherently dangerous felony. And while that's been traditionally a decision that's been either out in the ether or made by courts by way of demur, I think under Apprendi, it's an issue that the jury should have to decide. So I understand what the court is likely to do, but for purposes of the record, I would note that, and then I'm sure we're going to lodge that objection later. Should it be viable on appeal?
And I apologize. What subsection specifically?
So under 2.10.2, beginning at the bottom of page 9, for felony murder, the state must prove the defendant caused death of another person. Yes, by committing a felony. The state of the law is that under Ford, that it is an inherently dangerous felony. And that's why we, and so I think under Apprendi, any fact, and the inherent dangerousness is of a fact that determines whether a person can be convicted, whether a person can be sentenced, is an element of the offense that must be found by the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And so Georgia has blithely ignored Apprendi for about 20 years now. So that's my position. And so I would, again, note it for the record. I understand what the court's likely to do, but I wanted to at least make a record on it and lodge the objection at the right time.
Thank you. You want to be heard on that? Moving on.
We would prefer to go with the pattern.
Okay. So for purposes of likely the way this is going to go, and certainly I'll note the objection as to bottom of page 9, which will very likely be in the final charge, and note that now, and obviously note it when we get to that point as well. All right, thank you. On to page 10.
This is page 10. This one. Yeah, he was talking about the felony murder one.
You said I could go on that. You said do.
I'll leave that up. You did. Yeah. This is updated. This is the new version, are you sure? Yes. That's Isabel. I checked. I didn't like it. I trust you. I always like help. Yeah. I did check because I didn't like it either.
All right, they are back in the courtroom after their break. Got us back in the courtroom. Here we go.
With all 4 counts on the record, all jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Garner, state's next witness.
The state calls Peter Mast.
Please raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, as you testify today, could you please speak into the microphone as much as possible?
I will do that.
And first things first, could you please state your name?
My name is Peter Mast.
And what do you do for work, Mr. Mast?
I'm a engineer. I work part-time for a company providing business consultation, about a quarter time.
And where do you live?
I live in Maui at 263 Kambalai Circle in Kahului.
Who do you live with?
My wife Judith.
Mr. Mast, are you related to any person involved in this case?
The the victim in this.
So, Mr. Mast, can you use the word complainant?
I apologize. Ariel Worthington is my stepdaughter.
Okay. As of March 24, 2025, who was Ariel married to?
She was married to Gerhardt Konig.
Will you understand if I refer to Gerhardt Konig as the defendant for the rest of my questions?
Yes.
And if you were to see him again, would you recognize him?
Yes.
Okay. If you recognize him in the courtroom, could you point him out and let us know an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting at the table there,
Okay.
in front of the monitor, second from the left.
And could you let us know the color of shirt he's wearing?
Black. Blackish, greenish, dark.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has made identification.
Record will reflect identification was made.
Okay. Mr. Mast, between yourself and your wife, who would Ariel talk to more about her relationship?
Definitely my wife.
Okay. So where did most of your knowledge about Ariel's relationship come from?
Secondhand through my wife.
Okay. So I want to stay away from what your wife told you.
I understand.
Did you have any direct observations, meaning from yourself, about the relationship between Ariel and the defendant between December 2024 to March 2025?
Yes, to a certain degree. We interacted with them relatively frequently. And I would say that starting sometime in the latter part of December on into the following year, there was a noticeable cooling in their relationship that was observable to both myself and my wife, which was consistent with what we had been led to believe had happened between them.
Okay. And again, we're going to stay away from what you've been told, okay?
Yep.
Okay. What sort of context did you make these observations in? And I'm asking public or private.
Generally, these were private dinners together, that kind of thing.
So from the outside, from a public view, was there any indication of any strained relationship?
I cannot answer that.
How's your speculation about others?
Hopefully the answer will stand.
Okay. So your answer is you don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't speak to how others observed them. There was limited times where we saw them in, let's say, a somewhat more public environment. One was at a party at our house in January.
Could you explain what you observed at that party in January?
Yes, this would be probably sometime late January. It was a Christmas get-together with friends, largely of the Konigs, that was at our house. And I will say that even at the time, I observed an instance in the kitchen where the defendant seemed to go out of his way to demonstrate closeness with Ariel by sort of grabbing her, getting her to come close. I thought it was odd. It was out of character, like he was putting on a show that everything was normal, if you will.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sorry, Mr. Master, can you
Yeah.
strike the last part of that answer?
Yes.
Okay. So again, let's just keep it to what you actually observed, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move on, Mr. Master, to March 24th, 2025.
Okay.
All right. On March 24th, 2025, at around 11 o'clock a.m., what were you doing?
I was working in my office at home.
Was anybody else home with you that morning?
Yes, my wife Judy.
Did anybody else come into your home that morning?
Yes, probably 11:30 in the morning. Emil Konig came over to our house.
Who is Emil Konig to you?
Emil Konig is a step-grandson.
All right. And then what room in the house were you in?
I was in my office. Judy was in the living room next door watching TV. I was at my computer working.
Okay. And did you eventually leave your office and go to the living room?
I did.
Okay.
My wife called me in.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead in time, Mr. Mast. As a result of what happened that morning with you, your wife, and Emil, where did you and your wife go?
As a result of what we heard, we got a flight and flew from Maui to Oahu. And took flight here, got in probably about 2:00 in the afternoon, went over to Queens Medical Center.
And who did you see at Queens Medical Center?
We went to see Ariel.
Okay. Mr. Master, are you aware of any loan that you and your wife provided to Ariel and Gerhardt Konig?
Yes.
Is that loan still outstanding?
It is not.
Okay. When was that loan paid?
That loan was repaid probably sometime in April of that year.
Okay. And how was it repaid?
In the form of transaction, a electronic transaction.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who was the person that fulfilled that transaction?
Ariel.
Okay. Mr. Master, thank you. I have no further questions for you today.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mast.
Good afternoon.
So you indicated that from December to March, you were around Ariel and Gerhard a decent amount of times, yes?
Once or twice a week.
Yeah, once or twice a week, and you got to see them interact with one another, right?
Correct.
And when asked about anything odd, there was a party and you were in the kitchen and he pulled her close and seemed to go out of his way to demonstrate closeness. That's what you said, yes?
Correct.
All right. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. Mass, thank you. You can step down.
All right.
That first step.
Thank you.
The state's next witness, the state calls Judith Mast. Please raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Please have a seat.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First thing I'm going to ask you to do is if you can pull the microphone as close to you as possible and speak directly into the microphone for the rest of this afternoon, okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you please state your name?
My name is Judith Lynn Mast.
Is it okay if I call you Judy for the rest of my questions?
Please do.
Judy, what do you do for work?
I'm retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
I live in Kahului, so it's 263 Kamalei Circle, Kahului, 96732.
And who do you live with?
My husband, Peter Mast.
Judy, are you related to any person involved in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Who are you related to?
Ariel Konig is my daughter.
As of March 24th, 2025, who was Ariel married to?
Gerhardt Konig.
Will you understand if I refer to Gerhardt Konig as the defendant for the rest of my questions?
Yes.
How close were you and Ariel?
We were and continue to be very close.
Without going into any details of what was said, did Ariel discuss her relationship with the defendant with you?
Yes, she did.
Aside again from what Ariel may have told you or may have said, did you have any direct observations of the relationship between Ariel and the defendant between December 2024 to March 2025?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you explain what, and again, speaking from your own observations, what you observed?
There was tension, coldness a little bit, and then it started to change. They were going to counseling, and it seemed to ease up a little bit, but initially there was tension.
Okay. Judy, I'm going to ask you about the weeks leading up to March 24th, 2025. So the couple weeks leading up to that date, did you notice any changes in the relationship? And again, from your observation.
Yes.
What did you observe?
It seemed like they were getting along a little better. We were getting Snapchats and things that they were very happy. Yeah, they looked like happy Snapchats, you know, social media. So it did seem to us at that time that perhaps things were improving.
Okay. When you say at that time, in those couple weeks leading up to March 24th, 2005, was it odd to you to get these Snapchats? Did you think anything of it?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. All right, Judy, I'm going to move forward to March 24, 2025. At around 11 o'clock a.m., what were you doing?
As much as I hate to say, I was listening to an audiobook and crocheting. I'm 65, not 85, I promise.
And was this at your home?
I was at home. I was in my living room crocheting and listening to an audiobook.
Was anybody else home with you that morning?
My husband was there. He was in the next room.
And that morning, did anybody else come into your home?
Yes, as I was sitting there, I heard the front door lock activate. It's an electronic lock, so when you punch in the code, you can hear it. And then, of course, the dog went nuts, and Emil came in with his girlfriend.
Right. Were you able to observe Emil's demeanor when he came into your house that morning?
Yes.
Okay. What were your observations of Emil's demeanor?
He was very upset. He was shaking, crying, very upset.
Judy, I'm going to jump ahead in time just a little bit. So as a result of what happened when Emil came to your house that morning, did you call or text anyone?
I did.
Who did you call?
First I tried to call and text Ariel, and I got no response. I checked her location, and I texted the defendant.
Okay. We're going to break that up a little bit, Judy. When you said trying to find her location, was that Ariel's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how do you
Sorry, Ms. Mass, is that a yes?
That's a yes. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you attempt to find Ariel's location?
We share locations we have iPhones, and we share our location in the app. So I can pull up her name in chat and see where she is. We've had it for years. And she was on the Poly.
Okay. Is that Ariel's location or the phone's location?
The phone's location.
And how often did you use the sharing locations function on your phone?
Oh, quite a bit.
In terms of timing, when did you try and look up Ariel's location on your phone?
From the time that Emil came to visit me, through even when because we came to Oahu pretty quickly thereafter. And even when we were at the hospital, her phone was still on the Poly, even though Ari was still in the hospital. So I actually gave my phone to the detective to see if they could locate the phone.
Okay. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit, Judy.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that you texted the defendant. Do you remember what time you texted him?
It was 11:33.
11:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you text the defendant?
Is Ari okay?
When you texted the defendant, is Ari okay? Did he respond saying that Ariel attacked him?
No, sir, he did not.
Did he respond? Did the defendant respond to your text saying Ariel went crazy?
No, he did not.
Ms. Mast, when you asked the defendant the text if your daughter was okay, did the defendant respond at all?
No, he did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly, good afternoon, Ms. Mass. When Emil got to your house, he was very upset, visibly shaking, correct?
When he came in, yes, he was very upset. He was visibly shaking. Yes.
Yes. Very upset, visibly shaking, crying, emotional, distressed. Yes?
He didn't start crying and being very emotional until he started to talk to me. But then, yes, he did cry and he was emotional. Yes.
At your house
Mhm.
while he was there.
Mhm.
So there were times he was very upset, he was shaking, there were times he was crying, he was emotional and distressed while he was at your house. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for being here. You can step down.
Thank
Watch
you.
that first step.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Garner?
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, I wonder what this means. What do you guys think this means? Do you think the state is fixing to rest? Or do you think they are out of witnesses for the day? Oh no, music by Brian. You asked me what my opinion was for the Fitzsimmons. I guess I should have labeled that Fitzsimmons when I started to give my opinion. I apologize. Completely different case. Complete different set of facts. Or evidence, I should say, that has been told. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the testimony so far? We are all open here. Safe environment to give your opinions for sure. We all respect each other's opinions. And hey, I mean, there's been times that my opinion has been swayed, depending on the evidence and kind of debating and talking things out. The state has most definitely, the prosecutor has most definitely put out, in my opinion, a lot of evidence that it will be interesting to see what the defense does. Does anybody think he'll take the stand? Does anybody want to see him take the stand? I wondered that too, Linda. I just wonder if maybe the way that the defense was questioning the son about what happened that day, I wonder if they didn't put the grandparents up to maybe, I know they can't go into hearsay, but to maybe back up some of what some of what happened that day. Here we go.
Mr. Garner?
Your Honor, the state rests.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Mr. Garner rest the state's case in chief. The state doesn't have any other evidence to present at this point in time. Mr. Otake or Mr. Dirks, does the defense wish to present any evidence in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, but scheduling wise, we
Can we
have
take it
our
tomorrow?
witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. I know it's a little early.
No, not at all.
But
Can we take up your witnesses tomorrow?
That would be great, because they're not here. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to release you a little bit early. It's been a long day. Thanks for hanging in there. Plan on being here for the full day tomorrow again as well. My same instruction, don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind and do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Again, a lot of media coverage. You can see that. If it happens to pop up while you're eating dinner, turn off the TV, go to the next room. Don't watch any coverage about this case. All right. Again, your decision must be based on the evidence presented here in court. Again, thanks for your hard work in this case. We're making headway. We are on, if not slightly ahead of schedule. So that's the good news. When I get a better idea about what the schedule is really going to unfold, I'll let you know. I'll have you come back 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, plan on being here for the full day. Have a safe drive home tonight. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. All right.
All right. I'm going to leave it here just for a couple of minutes just to make sure they don't go back on the record. I kind of wondered if they were not going to rest, and that's what it looks like they have done. The state has rested, and tomorrow we will hear from our first defense witness. I think it'll be really interesting to see what kind of defense they put on. And will he take the stand? So they will be here Hawaii time, 9 a.m. Oh.
Your Honor, we'll just.
Oh, it went off early. They cut it off early. Interesting. They cut it off early. All right.
Okay. So it's looks like the end of the state. All right. The end of the state case. So tomorrow we're going to be doing something a little bit different. And that is, we've got a couple of things that happened this week. So I'll give you a little bit of a layout what we're doing tomorrow. First of all, Angela and I will be covering one more day for Ada because, there's always a snafu when moving and something happens. So she may be in the stream, but we will probably be running the stream for tomorrow. So right now, what we have planned is that we're going to go into what day are we in? 7, I believe, on the or 6 on the Suzanne case.
Yeah, we're in day 6 tomorrow.
So we're gonna have that lot streamed up. Okay. Also, we've had some couple things that's come down that we want to also cover. Okay. One of them is an article that we could just read in between a break, and it has to do with the mother of Emmanuel Haro. She's facing preliminary hearing, doing the charges. Now, if you remember correctly, this is a child that came out of Orange County in California, down by Riverside. And the mother and father originally called in as a kidnapping, and then it turned out that they had something to do with the red drumming of the child. Now, the child's body or remains has never been recovered as of today. Now, if you remember correctly, they were supposed to do a plea bargain a while back, and the father went ahead and pleaded guilty. The mother did not plead. They said a preliminary hearing for her, and we will go with that. So that's one thing we're going to be covering. The other thing we're going to be covering is a new case out of Cleveland, Ohio. Now, some of you may have heard something about this. It's a lady by the name of I'm going to mess up her name, and I don't mean to, but her first name is, hang on a second, let me find
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah
Mm-hmm.
Henderson out of Cleveland, Ohio. She is the mother of two little girls that were found um, deceased in suitcases, two separate suitcases. Through a DNA testing, they found out the two little girls were actually sisters. And Aaliyah Henderson is the mother of the two little girls that is charged with a whole mess of charges from red rooming to aggravated red rooming to kidnapping to there's a whole boatload of charges. And that's she had like a 2.5 hour hearing. I believe it was like last Friday. So we're going to cover that one too. And then the other one we're going to look into. Um, he had a hearing today, and that is I don't know if you guys remember us ever talking about what's called a Stampin' Up case. Um, I'm not sure what Stampin' Up is, but it has something to do with stamps. But the person that was read from was an executive director of, I believe it was Google, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I may be wrong. I know it's one of the Silicon Valley ones. Um, and his ex-wife and her estranged husband plotted to red room him. Now, there is a little twist to this plot, and the twist is there is a third person by the name of Henry Tenon, and he originally took a deal, pleaded it out, was going to plead guilty to turn evidence on Fernandez and Gardner, which is the two individuals' last names in this case. Well, just before the first of the year, he went to court. Henry Tenon went to court to actually vacate his plea bargain, pleaded not guilty. So now to throw the wrench into the works, they have to recharge this guy, um, and they're going to have a trial. Well, apparently, the hearing they had today, part of it is the judge is really frustrated because his murder trial is taking on so many different twists, and the case seems to be unraveling because of the fact of the plea bargain thing. So we have a hearing on that. We have the hearing on the case out of Ohio. I pretty much caught you up on a Harrow one. Um, so that's what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. And then we're also going to be working on the Merkel case, Georgia versus Suzanne Merkel, Dennis behind door trial. And as far as I know, there is no new trial coming up yet for this week. So we're going to plan on keeping on with what we're doing for tomorrow, trying to get everything caught up. So this way, when Ada comes back, hopefully on Thursday, that, basically she just has the trials to concentrate on. And then, yes, in the afternoon, we are going to be uh, covering the Hawaii trial. So I really appreciate you all. I know some places it's like 9 o'clock, and some places it's 8. Out here it's 6. In Hawaii it's 5. Okay, so I really appreciate y'all guys being with us tonight, and I really appreciate all your support. And with that, I'm going to throw it back over to Angela so she can do the spins and do the spins and the wins. So please make sure that if you shared, if you like, if you're a new sub, please in all caps on different lines, type in I like, I share, I sub. We'll give you a couple moments to do that so we can get you all entered into the end of the month drawing, which we have been giving to Ada. Now, mind you, she's been gone for a week and a half, so probably the first of the month drawing will be drawn like next week because she has to hand put all that into the wheel itself. So with that, thank you again for this evening. Thank you for supporting us. I will definitely see you tomorrow. And with that, I am turning it over to Angela until we do our normal sign off. Angela, it's all yours.
All right, here we go. Did everybody get theirs in for their I liked and I shared? We are going to start drawing now. June or I will sing. I don't have a singing voice. I will scare you away. But here we go anyway. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Did it stop yet?
Nate Dog. Check
Nate
that
Dog,
out.
yeah. One of our new members is in the last 2 weeks.
I know, and he's gotten several. He's won several entries.
I wonder how his luck is with the lottery in Vegas.
Right, right.
Okay, congratulations, Nate Dog.
All right, we had 7. Do we draw again?
Yeah, let's go ahead and draw again.
Here we go.
No mod, no mod, no mod, no mod, no mod. And around and around we go. Where is that? Case one. There's another lucky one.
Case one, congratulations. You got an entry for the end of the month drawing.
Okay.
All right. Now,
I share.
Yep. Now we will do the I shared.
Please tell me we have more than just 2.
I have no idea. I haven't even looked.
Come on, Angela, you're falling down.
Do you see that?
2. Come on, folks. If you shared, okay. Oh, and it's you and I, Angela.
It is. I'll give it to you.
I'll give it to you. Ah, you got it. Okay. We don't need to draw it again.
Oh.
Do we have any eye stubs?
No, we didn't have any eye stubs or eye joins.
Okay. Yeah, if you're new to the channel and you're not a member, just to let you know that if you become a member, just type in I member, all caps, and Ada automatically will put you in for the chance to win the gift card.
I think you get several drawings then.
Yeah, it's free. You know, the membership isn't free. I think the membership starts like at $1.99 or something like that.
I think so.
Anyway, are we about ready to sign off for the night, Angela?
We are about ready. I did get the lives created for tomorrow. They're both up and running. So we have those. We would love to see you guys in the morning.
Okay, so we start at 8 a.m. your time?
8 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. Mountain?
Yeah. See, I did this once as a joke. So it's 3 a.m. Hawaii time, 6 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Central time, 7 a.m. Mountain time, and 9 a.m. East Coast time. And I don't know about the rest of the world. So, are we ready? Are we ready, Angela?
We are ready. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
And
we hope to see you tomorrow.
And in the infamous words of our favorite creator, streamer, Ada, in her favorite words, we are to sign off by saying, bye.
Bye.